Hello and welcome. I'm Zoe Duff from the Canadian Polyamory Advocacy Association. I also represent Van Poly. Both are hosts of PolyCon Canada 2016, and I'd like to welcome you to this conference. We would like to acknowledge and thank the traditional Likwagan keepers of this land and thank them for allowing us to live, work, and play on their traditional lands. We also give thanks to the ancestors, supernatural ones, hereditary leaders, and matriarchs, creatures big and small, for looking after the rich resources and cultural teachings of this beautiful land. We'd like to thank Lori and Suzanne of Fiskard Street Forum for this terrific conference space. We gather this weekend to celebrate poly community and the diversity in it. We welcome a live streaming audience this year, including many from the US, and want to convey to them our support in this stressful time and note that we hold them in our hearts. Details of the program for this weekend and what can be seen live stream are at www.polycon-canada.com. Live stream participants can communicate with us via the YouTube chat. Bear in mind that there's a bit of a delay to that. And people in the room, if you could please mute or turn off your cells, I'd like to start the proceedings. Okay, the first live stream session is Thorns in the Bouquet with Orion Stormcrow. Orion? Is that me or you?
I think that I'm not. We got techs who figure that stuff out. Is that one?
It's the two microphones close together.
There we go.
Okay. Hello, I'm Orion, and thank you for attending this this workshop. This is a first for me. I've never been live streamed before. Been filmed, but never live streamed. You can't edit that stuff, unfortunately. So I prepared a little bit more focused workshop. Usually I had notes and I would ad lib and walk around and wave my hands and all that. But because of the filming of this, recording of this, we're not going to do that. So this workshop is called Thorns in the Bouquet. And I have to put my glasses on because I can't. It's a reference to and an homage to the seminal article, A Bouquet of Lovers, written by Morning Glory Zell and published in the pages of Green Egg magazine in the spring of 1974. It was in this article that Morning Glory coined the term polyamory. As you all know, the term means many and love. We say that poly for short because it's easier, but let us not forget the amory. Polyamory means many loves, not many lovers, literally. In the years that followed, Morning Glory also presented a workshop by the same name all over North America. Since the original article was published almost 40 years ago, over 40 years ago, polyamory has grown exponentially as a movement. And this movement has two main branches. There's the neo-pagan or Gaian community, and the other is the non-religious or non-spiritual aspect of Western culture. Both channel challenge the fundamental assumption of Western belief that it is only possible to sexually love one person at a time. Everybody in this room knows that that assumption is wrong. Monogamy is easy to define, relatively speaking. Whatever the makeup of the couple, it is two people who have committed to a sexually exclusive relationship. I think the best definition I've heard came from my eldest daughter. She said, monogamy is like having a favorite pair of jeans, but you can only wear those same jeans for the rest of your life, no matter how tight they become. Monogamy is relatively easy to navigate, relatively, as there is only one other person's feelings to take into account. That's not entirely true because there's kids and relatives and all of that. And it's all a mishmash of sometimes conflicting energy. But polyamory has so many variables, it is impossible to develop a game plan that works for every situation because the possibilities are literally endless. For example, one subset is polyfidelity. This is where a group of 3 or more people enjoy a sexual loving relationship with each other, but nobody outside the group. There are core groups, usually known as primary partners, of 2, 3, 4, or more, who individually or collectively have sexual loving relationships with others outside the core group. These are known colloquially as dyads, triads, and quads. For example, I've known dyads who only allow committed relationships and only after everyone meets and approves each new addition. While casual encounters, like typically known as festival flings, they're out. Contrary-wise, I've known couples where the exact opposite is true. Only casual festival fling type relationships, and the rest of the time it's monogamy. Each of these presents its own unique problems. I have known dyads and triads in which every member are free to sexually connect with anyone at any time without prior knowledge or permission of the other partners, as long as safe sex is practiced. I have known and personally been connected to other dyads in which one specific person, that would be me, was the only allowable extra lover. Each of these extremes comes with its own set of potential problems that can create anguish, distrust, and pain for everybody involved. I knew a couple where sex with others was permissible, but not falling in love with those lovers. That worked for almost 20 years before failing disastrously. That taught me an important lesson. Do not set up conditions or make agreements that are impossible to meet. We have a limited amount of time here, and part of this workshop is to discuss problems and solutions that you attending have come across in your polyamorous lives. And we're going to sort of segue into that after the question period. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Oh, I've just done my introduction, but I want to check. First, we're going to look at some fundamentals that I believe are critical to the polyamorous lifestyle, no matter what form it takes. Then, we'll look at some specific problems, or thorns, if you will, that can poke us if we are not careful. I believe that the most important component in any relationship is trust. Whatever commitments you make, it is vitally important that trust is the foundation of those relationships. Trust, once lost, is very hard to regain. The only way poly can work is if there is honesty and integrity. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have to share everything that you are doing with every partner. And just because we are poly doesn't mean we won't feel insecurity or even jealousy or fear. Indeed, the very openness of this lifestyle increases the possibility of this occurring. Now that brings us to the C word. No, not cancer, commitment. Often commitment is used as if it only has one particular meaning. If someone in the mainstream were to say, are you willing to make a commitment to the relationship? They specifically mean, are you willing to make a commitment to a monogamous relationship with that person? If you make a commitment, all parties must know specifically what you are committing to. Not only is it possible, it is fairly common for people of integrity to have very different ideas of what was agreed to when it was just a verbal agreement. It is imperative to delineate clearly what every member of the primary group is committing to. For example, your core group might decide you want to go to the town square and do the hokey pokey at midnight. And the best way to do that is write that down. That way, when you do the hokey pokey, you all know the same words and the same movements, and you all get there at midnight. Years ago, I became the third newest member of a committed dyad, making us a triad. The dyad I joined had existed for 15 years. This dyad also had a long-term sexual loving relationship with another couple. With this other couple, the three of us in the triad agreed that condoms were unnecessary, though I never personally became lovers with the other couple. But my understanding of our agreement was that if other lovers, new or long-term, had had no unsafe sexual encounters for at least 5 years, a condom would not be necessary. Several months later, I became lovers with an old and trusted friend who had been monogamous for over 5 years. I believed I was free under our agreement to do this. The other two people in my triad, however, had left the original discussion with a very different point of view. They believed that we had agreed to discuss any new lovers with each other before any decision was made to use or not use a condom. While this was an honest mistake on my part, it seriously tested the trust that three of us had in each other. It also meant I had to use a condom with my primary partner for 6 months and get tested for AIDS before we could resume making love without a piece of latex between us. Assumptions can lead to all kinds of turmoil and he said, she said disagreements. So, clear communication and contracts are, in my opinion, vital to successfully navigating the rocky waters of polyamory. It takes practice to traverse these waters without bumping up against the rocks of the dominant paradigm. Many poly people I know believe that contracts are too left-brain and unromantic. But clear communications are not only a good idea, they are necessary. Be smart, write it down. Also, don't be afraid to renegotiate agreements when they no longer work or the situation changes. It is far better than breaking them. The old saying, it's easier to get forgiveness than it is to get permission, doesn't really work in polyamory relationships. Once trust is broken, it is hard to get it back. I know of a case where someone called their primary partner in the middle of the night from an event across the country to renegotiate an agreement. I once called my primary partner, who was out of town, so she could assure a potential lover that it was okay for her to have sex with me. So when in doubt, renegotiate. Now this brings us to some of the specific thorns I wish to discuss today. Depending on the kind of relationship and the commitments you've made with your partner or partners, some may not apply to you. Again, it's a big field. So one of the big thorns is new relationship energy. It's a great roller coaster ride unless you're sitting on the sidelines watching. We're going to try to understand what that phenomena is and how it affects us emotionally, psychically, and physically. New relationship energy, or NRE, as it's become known as, can be likened to finding a new restaurant and wanting to try all the menu items before you're returning to your old haunts. How that really manifests depends totally on the nature, closeness, and passion level of each new relationship involved. For me personally, sexual loving relationships are on an arc from sweet to passionate. The more passionate ones get juices flowing earlier, and it's a sweet ride. But the sweeter ones tend to last longer. And in many cases, the sweet ones become more passionate as the love grows deeper. In my life, the passion level has been more of an issue with existing primary partners than the newness of any relationship. There's also a significant difference if the new relationship lives in the same vicinity than if they live across the country. A person whose partner becomes involved with somebody younger, prettier, handsomer, richer, more musical or artistic, or closer, can and often does go through some insecurity. It is up to their partner to reassure and remind them of the love that brought them together in the first place. A poly song I like has a very few words. Love is infinite, time is not. Those people who make sure that their existing lover or lovers continue to get quality time with them have less of a problem with new relationship energy than those who do not. One tried and true technique is when you return from a date with your new lover, you throw your primary partner on the bed and screw their brains out. However, wait a minute. Okay, lost my place. A long-distance lover of mine, who is still a close friend, called me up one day for some poly advice. She was beating herself up because she thought she was feeling jealous of her husband's new lover. And they had been poly for years, and she never felt jealous before. However, when she explained the circumstances, I realized it was not an issue of jealousy. Both she and her husband were actors, and her husband was appearing in a play. And while rehearsing, he became involved with one of the other actors in the play. Because of where they lived, the husband would get off work and go directly to the theater for rehearsals. He would either spend the night with the new lover or return home quite late. Weekends were much the same. Because of the circumstances, my lover was getting virtually no energy from her husband. Also, she barely knew this new lover. In my life, I have found that the unknown is scarier than the known. That is, if my partner decides to become lovers with somebody that I know in the community, it's an easier integrate than if, this has happened, met somebody on their side of the country and had a connection and you don't know who they are or what they represent to your relationship. When I realized my friend was not actually jealous, she was just feeling abandoned by her husband. They had a young son, and she was forced into the position of doing all the childcare and all of the housework. I coached her that once the play had run its course, this situation would resolve itself. I further advised her to spend some quality time with her husband's new lover without him being there, so that they could become friends and allies. And that is what exactly happened. If you remember the high school experiment, if you did this, I remember it, where you have 3 jars of water in front of you. One has hot water in it, one has cold water in it, and one has lukewarm water, one in the middle. If you stick your fingers in the hot and then the cold and hold them there for a bit, you take them out and you put them in the lukewarm water, it feels different. One feels hot and one feels cold, even though the temperature of the water is exactly the same. It's all relative. The old relationship may only seem dulled in relation to the new one. The very newness of the relationship and the delight in emotionally exploring another human being can temporarily overshadow the long-term relationship. And again, communications, talking about what you're feeling, what you're experiencing, these are critical. So are there any questions anybody wants to ask about long-term relationships or something you would like to offer to the room? Yes?
You talked about writing down agreements.
Yes.
You talked about writing down agreements.
Okay.
This is coming from my experience being partnered with someone who's in business. And just using the word agreement with my partner is a problem. The fact of writing it down and signing it is even further problem. So I just want to make people aware that there's a broader discussion here around how we approach polyamory and the issue of inclusion in our language and in our attitudes and the way that we construct our relationships.
Is there anyone else had a question or a comment about? Yes?
Well, let's touch on that topic, but can you elaborate more on, I guess, controlling or understanding new relationship energy?
Controlling it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not so much controlling it as giving the other its due. You know, the temptation with all that good stuff is to throw yourself into it and enjoy it. But when you're in a polyamorous relationship, especially with primary partner or partners, you have even if you don't have a written contract, you have an emotional contract with them to be honest and true and all of that. And I have seen this many times where the new relationship energy is so sparkly that the person has put their primary partnership in danger by not so much the new relationship, but by ignoring the old one. Did that answer your question? Anyone else? Okay. So this next thorn is kind of related to the last one, the falling in love. It is very possible to love somebody deeply without actually falling in love with them. However, wait a minute. Some people need the falling in love in order to become sexual with somebody. However, after the honeymoon and the fires cool, they often move on to a new relationship. We refer to people like this as serial monogamists. I've also heard it called oxytocin junkies. Oxytocin is the neurochemical in your brain that makes you feel good when you're falling in love. But an interesting thing is the physiological experiences, the euphoria, the energy, the sense of wonder, etc., that happen when we fall in love are indistinguishable from the same experience, pardon me, an ecstatic religious experience. I believe that what occurs is we experience the inherent divinity in the other. That is, when we fall in love, that's who we see. A shining being, untarnished and undamaged by the pain and fears of life on this planet. Unfortunately, over time, the layers of protections and shields that we learn to cover ourselves with, coupled with the day-to-day stress of living on this planet, we tend to gradually obscure our view of the divine being we first related to, and eventually only see the flawed and wounded human beings that we have become. You've probably all heard the expression, "You're not the person I fell in love with." Because we change. But even if the relationship builds an initial relationship, builds a solid core that can outlive the honeymoon period, it changes. It changes. And it especially changes if you start having kids. Having said all that, having one's partner fall in love with somebody new rather than just loving them and desiring them can be a game changer. You have all the new relationship energy stuff and potentially a threat to the primary relationship. This is difficult for all concerned. The member of the primary relationship who's fallen in love, the existing member who has to deal with all the emotional fallout, and the new person who may also be in love with somebody who's in a primary relationship with a third party. There are no formulas or easy solution to this. The depth and quality of each primary partnership is likely to determine the outcome. The power and the passion of the new relationship is also the other factor. In my past, a long-term, stable, polyamorous relationship ended very painfully for me when my partner fell deeply in love with a man who was not polyamorous. He gave her an ultimatum. Either she had to leave me and become part of a monogamous relationship with him, or he was gone. She went back and forth for months, looking at the life and home we had built with our children and our extended family, many of whom were our lovers, and looking at this new relationship that was so powerful and passionate for her. One day, she announced to me and two of our closest friends that she could not let any man, not even this new love, define who she was and who she could love. If her new love could not accept that about her, that was his choice. So the next day, my partner told her new love what she had decided. When he told her that it was over between them, she panicked and reneged. She came back to me and told me she wanted all my stuff out of the house within 3 days. 4 months later, they married. Many years later, she admitted to me that she'd never stopped loving me and that it had been a mistake to end our relationship. Her new man and she got a divorce as they could not sustain the initial passion, and she felt more and more confined in that relationship. She told me that I had always expanded her horizons while her husband always worked to contract them. So that's that, Thorne. Any thoughts, questions about falling in love? Any situations that you would like to share in which that happened in your partnership and how you dealt with it? This is a really big one. Is that a hand back there? Or were you just waving? Okay. Wow, this is usually, okay, a big one.
I've had the same similar situation where a partner of mine who was living far away had to make a decision about whether she maintained a relationship with her children, because her children did not agree with it, they were older, and whether she remained with me, and she decided to break off all ties. In that, it was rather painful, but I have this vision in a polyamorous relationship that you put into it everything you can. And if you put everything into it that you can, and it still doesn't work out, you've given it your best shot, no regrets. So even though it was thorny and painful, I had given, and I still love her to this day, and I have no doubt that she loves me as well. But the relationship didn't go on. But knowing that I put the effort into it, the energy into it, and really trusted her to make the decision that was right for her.
Yeah.
It was thorny, but it didn't hurt.
Yeah. Well, in your case, there was a long distance relationship, and for her to make a decision, as any of us who are parents, kids come first. And if, I don't know of any time where it's happened, but I know there have been cases where social services were called because the parents were polyamorous and the kids told their friends. And it's the next section is what do we tell the kids? Yeah, sometimes hard decisions have to be made, and especially when you love somebody who lives thousands of miles away. And that's happened to me too, where I've had to choose between being with somebody I was very connected to on the East Coast, whereas all my kids were on the West Coast. And we were all grown up by this time, all over 18, but even so, I've never been that far away from any of them for a long time, and that was a hard choice to make. But they were grown up, and as I said to them, once you're 18, I'm no longer on duty, but I am on call. So, any other comments or questions or observations, experiences about?
I've always found that I have a perception with the word ultimatum, with people giving ultimatums, that it's typically an unhealthy type of thing. Is that perception accurate, or is that?
Well, there's an expression that the community I was in used, and that's he wants to cut the filly out of the herd, which means somebody gets involved with somebody who's poly with the intention of weaning her or alternately him away from that group and become monogamous partners. And sometimes, I mean, I remember one friend who met this new guy, and he was not part of the community, but a friend. But he would say things. For example, he says, "Well, you know, of course we're going to be polyamorous. You know, I know you love all these people, but we're going to not go to any more of their events. We're going to just spend time with each other. We're just going to be monogamous for 6 months, just so we can really get to know one another and all of that." And I knew for a fact through mutual friends that that wasn't what his attitude was. This is a direct quote. He says, "I don't want anybody else's carrot in my soup." Of course, this is not what he's telling our friend. He was telling her what she wanted to hear. And when you're in love, you tend to be more open to that. But ultimatums, yeah, and ultimatums are a bad idea because you only have 2 choices, yes or no, basically. And it may not be that simple. There may be like a partner might go, well, either you have to stop doing this kind of behavior or it's over. It doesn't reflect on what they're contributing to whatever's not working. It's never just one person, or never just 2 people or 3 people, depending on the size of your group. That's why communications and our clear communications are so important. And it's not just about writing stuff down. It's about making sure you're all on the same page, and preferably in the same paragraph. Because, well, there'll be other examples, but you know, not having clear agreements has created a huge, yes.
Microphone. Hi. I found for my teenagers with multiple partners, just because you're talking about explaining it to your kids, they really like to know that my partners knew about each other.
Yeah.
So I think initially it didn't really bother them so much that I was dating more than one person. It bothered them that the other person might not know. So they tried to almost tell on me to each other, to the other people. And then I was like, oh, they all know. And then they seemed more accepting of the idea that I was dating more than one person when they realized that they knew each other and they were friends. So that I think is helpful.
That it is. And the next section now, if there's no more questions about falling in love, we're going to go into the kids. Kids are like a whole bunch of thorns. What about kids? Not everybody has children, but those that do have to deal with a whole raft of questions and issues that don't affect those who do not. Kids can complicate the practice enormously. What do you tell them, and at what age? What about their friends coming over? The age of the children is critical. Are there 2 sets of kids that have to integrate? How much do you tell them? What if they tell their friends something, who then in turn tell their parents, who in turn call social services, which we just talked about? It has happened, though I don't know that anybody's children were removed from the home, but there have been investigations. The basic rule here is never lie to your kids. On the other hand, you need to only tell them what they are emotionally and intellectually equipped to understand. Now, each kid is different, and each relationship with your kids is different, and you have to be aware of the level of understanding intellectually and emotionally that the kids have. And don't try to, especially with very young kids, toddlers, don't try to reason with them, because they're not able to reason until they get to be about 8, not the way we think of it, because those parts of their brains are still developing. How I handled things with my kids was to make a distinction between public and private. For example, when things were in the private realm, it was okay to run around naked and skinny dip, etc. In the public realm, which included visits to the grandparents, for example, it was public. Since it was generally more fun in the private realm, even very young children can grasp that concept. I remember my eldest daughter coming up to me at age 4 and whispering in my ear when we were visiting somebody's new house. She wanted to know, is this public or private, Daddy? She had already integrated a set of behaviors that she could understand that were appropriate or inappropriate depending on the setting. When their friends are over, even the home becomes the public realm, unless those other kids are also from polyamorous homes. And with young children, remember the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. As they get older, however, it is important to explain why Mommy and Daddy and Uncle Joe all live together, unlike everybody else's family. Kids are very flexible and can generally comprehend a lot more than adults give them credit for. Earlier, I mentioned a triad that I was in. The original dyad had a 12-year-old son when I joined that marriage. Until I pushed the matter, they never even tried to explain to him why I was suddenly essentially living with them and why the three of us shared a bed. This failure to communicate left him feeling scared and insecure, since our triadic relationship was outside of his experience. They had pretty much kept their polyamorous lifestyle completely, tried to keep their polyamorous lifestyle separate from their son, that their son didn't know that, they get a babysitter and go over to their friend's house when they were doing that or all that. But I kind of upset the cart because it was then happening in their home. And he had no tools to deal with this, nor was he given any, at least initially, given any help from the adults. They were still working on the supposition that they could just slide it over his head. And he was 12 years old. He was smart, It didn't work very well. Talk to your kids in a way that they can understand, or you risk harming them down the road. We've kind of gotten into it, but any more comments about kids or solutions you've had, how you've dealt with issues, anything like that? How many people here have kids, for one thing? Okay, most of you. Okay, and how many of those kids are like teenagers or older? About half, okay, yeah. Teenagers can handle stuff. You were talking to your teenagers about, the two boyfriends, as long as they know. What no teenager is going to want to know is anything, ooh, mom having sex, ooh, that kind of thing they don't want to know about. But yes, I talk to him. Yes, they know it about each other. They are friends, and it's always good to show that and go out somewhere neutral together. In your case, I'm using as a reference, the two men and the woman and the kids all doing something together outside of anybody's private home. So it's a neutral position. And that way they can get to know not only the men better, but see that they're okay with it. Yes?
In regards to maybe the sex and kids, kids live with us now until their 20s sometimes. And my role with my kids were like, we don't want you having anyone spend the night. I'm like, oh, that's okay. But we're in a pretty small house. At some point, you're going to want someone to spend the night. So you let me know when you're going to do it. And the next day, my 15-year-old said, Mom, I don't want to be able to do it whenever. You can do it now, too. Have a friend over. They just, they got it. It just, as soon as you flipped it around, because we're living in a culture where we live with our children into adulthood. Yeah. And so it sort of switched a bit there.
And beyond, there's, with all of the housing failures, there's a huge number of people in their 30s living with their parents. They have a name for it. I forget what that is, but it's become quite a phenomenon. Not so much in Canada, but the days of having a single earner home, nice home in the suburbs, are gone. It's just too expensive. You need two working people to buy a home these days, and very often the parents, that house they bought in 1973 and it's paid off. So living there, even if you have to convert the garage, is a better deal than spending literally hundreds of thousands of dollars on a new house. I mean, traditionally, we have had multi-generational families up until about 2 generations ago, on the farm and that thing. Grandma lived there, and there was often 3 or more generations living in the same household. And that sort of evaporated in the 50s. But it is a sort of a natural way to go. And I've known there's a polyamorous marriage of 3 people I know in the San Francisco Bay Area, where the woman's mother lived with them for years. She wasn't poly herself, but she was okay enough with the situation. Plus, they had a kid, so it was only there part-time. So, it creates more stability for the kids and all of that. But, like with my daughters, I only had daughters. We told them that, when you're ready, don't go to have sex in the backseat of a Chevy, bring them home, and have a nice experience, because, the hypocrisy is one of the things that teenagers hate. Man, they just hate that. So it's best to be whatever you are. It's best to be.
So kids and having lovers sleep over. I'm just curious, in the room or from yourself as a presenter, there's this, well, okay, I'm a shit disturber, what can I say? Problematizing this argument or discussion, because there are many people who have sexual abuse in their past,
Yes.
childhood sexual abuse. And I'm wondering about those folks in terms of having strangers sleeping over in proximity to their children. And I know that this is a very sensitive topic. I know that we all trust the person that we're involved with. It's not a question of whether or not we trust that. I'm just talking about addressing those deeper wounds that people carry, and the majority of women have been messed with. I don't know what the stats are for men.
Well, for one thing, you said, when strangers sleep over. And when my kids were growing up, these weren't strangers. They were people in our community that they've known all their lives. Some of them had kids that they were friends with. And, oh, boy, so-and-so's coming over. That means Alex will be here, too. We can, and because my kids were born and raised in this, it wasn't something new that happened. All of a sudden, mommy and daddy get divorced, and 6 months later, mommy's having, more than one man come over. That's a major shift, and that's what happened to my friend's son. They kept their polyamorous so far away from him that when it in his face, he had no tools to deal with it. That's a different situation than kids that have grown up with it. And yes, in my community, there have been young girls who were sexually abused, and in a sexually open community, many of them came forward and tried to seduce some of the older men before they were legal, or 15-year-olds coming up. And that acting out was kind of normal, but we had a long talk about it. There was one young woman in particular who was becoming a problem with her advances, and she was only 15. We all determined that we were going to all say exactly the same thing to her, push her away and say the same thing about, you're too young, this is not right, it's inappropriate. And just a few years ago, I reconnected with a young woman she was over 18 when she joined our community, but she was a survivor. And she was very pretty, blonde hair, blue eyes, and of course, because she was legal, there were men who wanted her, and some of her buttons got pushed, and somebody tried to take advantage of her, and it became a big deal. But she came out and said, this happened. We convened a group of people, talked about it, talked with the person. He admitted he'd done it, and he was kicked out. And in her life, she says, it's the first time in my life that somebody has believed me. When my stepfather was molesting me, nobody believed me and all that. And I talked to one person, and all of this stuff has happened, and it's changed my life. That's what she said to me when I met her, when she's now in her early 40s. She was like 19 when that happened. So you have to be sensitive to that. And again, it's a very different picture if someone becomes polyamorous when the kids are already of an age, whatever that age is, than if they're raised with it. Because when they're raised with it, it's just the way it is, you know. But again, you know, it can be, some kids can be very straight-laced in some ways, and it can be devastating for them to see this happening and not have an idea of what's happening. So there are techniques like, you know, the best technique is letting everybody get to know each other and do some stuff together. So it's, you know, you're saying, well, yes, they're friends, but when they see it for themselves and see those people hanging out, you know, we have the term in polyamory relationships called compersion. Compersion is that warm feeling you get when your lover or partner is snuggling with another one of their lovers or partners. That warm feeling that only polyamorous people get. And when they see that, even if they don't know the word, don't have a definition for it, they'll be able to see that these guys like each other. Hopefully they do. But yes, and that will do a lot more than, you know, endless conversations without them being able to perceive for themselves. Are there any other questions about kids? Yes.
Actually run a poly group in Seattle, and there are several people in our group who have families and have kids, and they frequently will have the sit-down conversation with the kids and say, you know, mommy and daddy are poly, and here's what this means, and blah, blah, blah. And then they come to the groups and they say, well, we had the conversation with our kids, and we've told them all about it, and they know they can come to us at any time. And what I would say to people with kids is have the conversation more than once, because I think a lot of times these kids have that sit down, they're kind of shell shocked, they're not sure, or they grow and their perceptions change. Exactly. And the parents have never heard from these kids again, and they just are under the assumption that these kids will come to them when they're ready or need more information, and they don't always. So I would say have the conversation and keep having the conversation.
Because as kids grow, and as you know, they grow rather quickly, their perception and ability to comprehend stuff changes. And as they get older, they'll be able to understand more. That's why it's good, important never to lie to them so about what's going on. You don't tell them everything, but never lie.
Well, I was just going to say, I think we have a unique situation. If you're in a long-term relationship and you're raising your kids, but you're also dating outside, you have the ability to model dating to your children. Whereas, you know, I think a lot of times if you're been in a monogamous relationship for 20 or 30 years, your kids are all of a sudden dating and they're using Tinder and they're using apps, and you have no ability to help them. And I have this conversation with single parents all the time that are so determined to protect their kids, they don't even tell their kids they're dating. I'm talking about monogamous. And I'm like, but you have this ability to model like how to date, or like you tell them about a bad date so they know, like they can laugh with you. It's you don't have to introduce every person to your child, but you can certainly. It's kind of a funny thing that the one thing as parents we don't think about teaching our children, and so I think we're in a unique position. It's kind of cool to do that.
Yes, but that's not really protecting the child. It's hiding information from them. You know, you want to protect your child, but again, they figure stuff out on their own. If you don't give them the conversation, they're going to make assumptions on their own. And with their limited life experience and getting most of their relationship information from movies and television, they're not going to understand. But if you talk with them, you have a better chance of that happening, yes.
I was just going to give, because a lot of people have been married. I'm a single mother with kids in my home. And with my teenage girls, I have multiple partners that sometimes do the house. But all of them I feel like I've known for a long time, so I trust them. But I definitely don't have strangers at my home. Like if it's someone I just met and my girls are going to be there, I either ask them to go to friends' houses or tell my new partners that I'm not comfortable with them at my home, because they are teenage girls and I want them to feel safe and comfortable in our home. So I talk to them about that all the time. And I always say to them, if they ever feel uncomfortable with anyone that's in our home, male or female, that they should tell me, because I don't want them to feel like their house is suddenly unsafe because I have strangers there. And I have my own fears of that sometimes, having people I barely know in my home. So I could understand how they might have that because they're 14 and 16. But yeah, I just wanted to share that. So I definitely communicate with them often about like feeling safe in their own home.
And kids are all different too, and different kids might need to be talked to in a different way, you know. But you got to know your kids and all that. But silence is not a really good option. Anyone else? Kids? Yes.
Earlier was in the absence of not knowing, the unknown is way worse, right? So
Yes.
it refers that to the kids as well. They have questions and that, and you're not being open to have a conversation with them, and they're going to make up all sorts of things, and you know it's probably much worse than it actually is, right?
Yeah. Okay, now we're going to move along to something a little intense. You practice safe sex, but condoms can break, and one of you brings home herpes or genital warts or some other STD. How do you handle such a crisis? You know, of course, you have to treat it medically, but it also brings up the whole issue. You know, I mean, I tried to do the right thing, the condom broke, and now this has happened. You know, and it often involves re-examining the whole lifestyle. Is it worth it taking a risk? Now, I've had that happen to me on more than one occasion, but they weren't casual relationships. They were friends, and we just all got tested, and everything was fine, just to make sure. But is anybody here not familiar with the term condom commitment? Everybody knows what that means. Okay. That's good. You practice safe sex, but condoms can break, and one of you brings home an STD. Worse, in the throes of passion, you neglect to use a condom. Even if no disease manifests itself, this is a significant breach of trust. This happened to a number of poly couples of my acquaintance, and it has happened to me as well. I know of at least one instance where this ended a marriage, though in this case it was compounded by the man in question sleeping with both of his wives after he broke the condom commitment and didn't tell them. One of his wives left feeling completely betrayed, while the other forgave, and they moved on. We are all flawed human beings, and we all make mistakes. In the above example, one person could not forgive, and she left. And she left feeling bitter and angry, and carried that resentment with her for many years. As a friend and lover to both those women, I understood why each made the choice that she did. However, after choosing to leave the marriage, one wife was unable to ever forgive her ex. They say that carrying resentment is like taking poison and hoping the other person will die. Forgiving someone, whether you stay with them or not, if they breach your trust, is for your own healing and not for the one who did the betraying. Be willing to forgive, but do not forget. Trust and communication again. If it's not working, renegotiate. So that's sort of the end of the formal part of this, and generally I've done this a little bit differently in that I've had questions at the end of each section rather than all at the end. But any comments, any questions anybody has? Yes?
Just on the sort of sexual health aspect, one of the principles that's worked really well for me in my brain is trying to not extend agreements towards actions that my partners would take, more towards how it affects me personally. So if
state that again a little bit differently, I'm not quite sure.
So if we have an agreement, the agreement isn't around you shall not do this thing. The agreement is around if that happens, you must tell me before we have sex again. Right?
Okay,
So people are flawed. Condoms can break. That's a thing that, in my mind, I don't want to punish an accident, but it's the dishonesty that really causes the harm in that relationship for me. So I like sort of framing it in terms of do whatever you like if it doesn't involve me, so long as I know
what's going on so that I can consent to further actions.
I don't know how accurate it is, but I read a statistic at one time where a significant number of women, over 50%, who divorced their husbands after their husband had an affair, did so not because they had sex with another woman, but because the trust was breached and they couldn't live with someone they didn't trust. And I can't emphasize that more. And trust, communications, you gotta have it. It's hard enough in regular life, but when you're in a sexual, loving relationship, which is an intimate relationship with several people, whether it's 3 or 6 or whatever, everybody having the same, if the condom breaks, everybody gets tested, and no unprotected sex until everybody knows that it's okay, and you gotta say right away, and that also makes the dealing with and forgiving part easier, because I've known men and women who've foregone a condom in the throes of passion and then felt, oh my God, what have I done afterwards? But when with men, the goddess gave us two heads, but only enough blood to fill one at a time. But yeah, that is, I guess all the other stuff is kind of like window dressing. The trust and being able to know, in the community I was in, it involved a lot of traveling to events, festivals, conferences, and such around the country, where you're on your own and your partner's at home, maybe with the kids and all of that, and you, depending again on the commitments that you've agreed to, you might be open to another relationship, or you might have to, hey honey, I've met this really neat lady, whatever that is, but it's important, vital to go through that and keep it real, because polyamorous relationships need that far more than regular ones. Anyone else? Any other questions?
Oh, it's me
yeah.
again.
Sure. No, that's
Broadening the discussion once again
Good.
beyond male-female sexual interaction. Dental dams, latex, panties, coverages of various kinds. Just putting that in people's minds. There's a common misconception around STI transmission that women on women's sex cannot transmit diseases. This is not true. It's also perpetuated within the medical profession. People just don't understand this. They also, the fact that you can use a condom as a dental dam just by cutting it straight down the lengthwise, and saran wrap works too. And also to remember that HPV is a huge thing. All you need is skin-on-skin contact in the trunk area. That's skin to skin in order to transmit HPV. So this is way beyond just safe sex of penis and vagina. Safe sex is also broader than that in terms of emotional and spiritual wellness. There's a possibility of exposing yourself to unpredictable harm in various kinds of ways, and your emotional stability. So this really can come into play when you have very passionate relationships or when you're involved in BDSM. The emotional safety piece and the emotional wellness piece needs to be preserved as well.
Yeah, and I didn't mention it, but safe sex includes having the conversation with the other partner before anything serious well, not serious, but any sexual contact happens. It's yes, I had herpes in the 70s, or I had this, I had that. I'm clean now. My last AIDS test was X number of months or years ago, and I was clean, and I haven't had unsafe sex since then. That conversation is also critical, because sometimes we get attracted to people who are not part of this community and may not have the same commitment to honesty and disclosure. You had a question? Oh.
one of the areas that I really focus on when we talk about um, things like sexual commitment is that not only forgiving, but that act of wanting to be forgiven, that not only trust, but being trustworthy. And I kind of put that under the being in a state of grace, is that there needs to be, in part of that commitment, the ability for one person to accept the other person as they are, but also being able to listen and openly with an open mind, and being able to forgive when it's time to be forgiven, but also not be walked all over. To really to have that state of grace going both ways and actively participate in being in a committed relationship with a state of grace that both parties will listen and both parties will act in the best interest of their relationship.
Well, that's an assumption people make, that people don't always act in their own self-interest emotionally. There's fears from past relationships. There's, you know, many things that can cause people to. I've been in poly relationships where the other man had a secret agenda. You know, he didn't like the connection that his wife and I had, and you know, when we were together, he was always saying positive things. Oh, this is great and all that. But then when I was not around, he was, oh, you know, this is really bad on our son, and you know, manipulative type stuff. So not everybody always has everybody's interest at heart. Sometimes it's self-interest, and it's important to remember that. But you're right; you need to be open to that, and having forgiven and been forgiven myself, you're right. It's even, and then you learn and you don't do it again. You know, that's the other part. You know.
My question isn't about safe sex. Is it okay if I change the topic?
Well, we're not on any one topic now.
Okay.
It's just general.
Cool. I wanted to, I mean, I don't have a specific question, but I just noticed that you didn't really speak too much of the relationship between metamorphs. And I was kind of wondering if you would mind talking about that relationship a little bit.
Between what?
Between metamorphs. So,
I don't know that.
so let's say I'm dating you and she's dating you. Me and her would be metamorphs. We're not dating.
That's okay. Yeah. Well, as I mentioned in that example of my friends who were actors, once my friend had the time to actually they went away camping together for a week without him, and discovered they had a lot. They liked each other, and that they were allies. They were concerned about his drinking, both of them, and so then they were able to basically gang up on him with that, and they got him to quit smoking. But neither one could do that on their own. But when the two of them had that energy, and you know, for a large part of my life, the women that I was besides my primary partner, if I had one, were in my life for years and years, decades, in many cases, and so they also knew each other, and some of them were lovers with each other, the bisexual ones, and they had other lovers. One, I wish I had it, but one friend of mine who was in a triad drew the three of them like in a triangle, right? And then they all around that they had little circles that were the closest group of friends who lived around there and all that. And then a larger group of people who were connected who lived a little further away. And then started drawing lines from everybody who's lovers with everybody else, from the original three out to the inner and outer ring, and then from the rings themselves, those people. And when we actually sat down and did this, it was at a party. It was amazing. There was very little space left because of all the lines going across and connecting. And that's all within one community. So I would say that's not only important, it's well, again, it depends on the nature of the relationship. If you're a single person and you're dating two people and they know about each other, then yeah, sure. And it's like with the kids. You know, the best thing to do is have people spend time with each other without the, you know, person who loves the two of them. There's 10 minutes left? Okay. Are there any questions from the internet? Okay, well, do you want to read a couple of comments? Oh, unless does somebody else want to ask a question or make a comment, share a personal experience.
Actually, could you comment on veto when you're approaching a relationship and you discover that the couple or that they have a primary or hierarchy and there's a veto involved? Could you discuss that a little bit?
Well, we used to call that the prime directive in Star Trek. So that if whatever the core group, primary partners, whether it was 2 or 3, whenever one of them felt that a new relationship that the other person was getting into was dangerous on any level for any reason, whether it was their own fear, whether it was distrust of that person, which has often happened, they got to say no, and that relationship could not become sexual unless the person who invoked the prime directive released. And that's happened to me, where my partner, somebody I had been lovers with before I was with my partner, and then she became unavailable. And then we got together, and then this other lover became available again. And my partner knew that I'd been hurt before by this woman, not intentionally, but by her ending our relationship and becoming monogamous. She was worried that that was going to happen again, and she didn't know this person very well, and she wanted to get to know her to make sure that she could trust this person not to break my heart. And so she invoked the prime directive, and it, for a while, and in another situation where I had just gotten married, and my previous partner, the triad that I'd mentioned, they came back into my life after a year and a half. And then my new partner, even though she was poly, had to contend with not only a new woman in my life, but a woman that I was still passionately in love with. And so without it being specifically invoked, all 4 of us agreed that this woman and I would not, we would get to know each other, we'd go to events, we'd do stuff, and we could cuddle, but we couldn't have sex. I mean, we chose this. This wasn't like this was imposed on us. We chose to forego that aspect of our relationship because we could still be intimate. We'd sleep together sometimes, snuggle on the couch, able to maintain that contact until my partner primarily became comfortable with that, even though she herself had a couple that she was lovers with them outside. She knew them and trusted them. This was somebody she hadn't met before, and a whole relationship and a history that she had to integrate. So we agreed, and after I think 9 months, my partner and her partner gave us a card, which they said, we now give you permission to have your love, and we had no idea they were going to do that, and they'd been talking apparently, and neither of them were feeling insecure about that everybody knew each other. So that was wonderful. But yes, that is something that again, everybody makes their own decision, but prime directive is a good thing. It's like a safe word in BD&SM. Even if you don't know, and this is really a guy thing, we often feel bad and we don't exactly know why. Pardon me. So this allows somebody to put on the brakes. If you're in a relationship where your partner repeatedly invokes the prime directive with every new lover, then there's another issue going on, and you need to address that within the relationship. Any other questions or comments? Yes. Oh, 5 minutes left. Well, we've got 5 minutes, so we could all get up and do the hokey pokey, because that is what it's all about, right? Well, actually, we used to do the hocus pocus in a circle. So I usually ask this, how many people here are actually in or live a polyamorous lifestyle? Okay. The other times I've done this workshop have been at larger events that weren't only polyamorous, and the workshops were always really full. But fully a third of the people who attended were not poly, had never been poly, but were interested and were, having heard all the good stuff that it allows, were interested in finding if they embrace that lifestyle, what it would entail in terms of how it will affect their primary marriage and all that. I mean, one of the thorns of being polyamorous is, it's not really that bad a thorn, but, Valentine's Day can become very expensive. Oh, and there's another downside. One time I was at an event with a group my community ran this forestry thing. And this is an event. I was busy organizing it. I ran into the lodge where the kitchen and the dining area are. And as I came in, I saw, there's this big round oak table that they had, and there were 5 or 6 women sitting around it, And I kind of came in and said hi, and because I was doing stuff, and sort of I noticed there was dead silence. They weren't talking. I turned around and looked, and every one of them was just staring at me, just staring at me. I looked, and then I got it. They'd been talking about me, and every woman who was at that table either was or had been a lover of mine. And clearly they'd been talking about me and resented my presence. And I got out of there in a hurry, let me tell you. And that is, it's not really a dark side, but there are some times when things are going on, having that third person you have an intimate connection with, trust, makes all the difference in resolving your other relationship, because they know them too. And they, being one step removed, they often have a better perspective than the people who are stuck in it. And I found that to be one of the most valuable parts of poly lifestyle, is to have other poly people who love me and love my partner, and I trust. And getting that kind of feedback, and what it looks like from over here is this is what's happening. Oh yeah, maybe it is. I thought it was all her fault. So yes.
I was just going to throw another thorn your way that we didn't have a chance to discuss, and we probably don't, but if you're not open and out, what do you do in your Christmas party dinner, or like we didn't talk about that, and when you can't include all your partners in your daily life because you're not open. And for a lot of people, I think that's a thorn. So, I hosted my first party where my poly friends and my pre-poly friends were all in the same room, and it was fine, it worked, but I thought I wouldn't have been able to do that earlier. And I haven't been in that situation personally, where I haven't been able to include someone during an event or on a birthday or Christmas. But that is a thorn, especially if you're a solo poly person. You sort of can feel left out. That I don't have an answer, I don't have a solution. I just thought maybe that's a new chapter for you to talk about next time.
Yeah. Yes. No question? Okay. Well, I think that we're almost out of time now. I want to thank you all again for joining in this, and the things you bring to this are what makes it good and real, because we all have new stuff that happens to us. Sometimes there are some amazing solutions to difficult problems that somebody had to deal with in their past that to make the whole thing worthwhile. And so thank you again, and go out, and after it's stopped being free, go out and buy this so I make some money. And the people who work so hard to make this event happen can recoup some of their investment. It's really great, and I want to thank you for giving me the space.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to many stories, many loves, many stories. I can't remember what I put down. My name's Monica Meneghetti, and we only have an hour today, so we can't get a whole lot accomplished in terms of writing. I was wanting this to be an active participatory workshop, so I hope that people are game with that. I'm really hoping that we'll get participation from people that are live streaming, because I know I have some friends in the UK and in the States that might be tuning in. So it'd be great to get everybody's input. So just a heads up that um, the schedule is for 1 hour. But if we're really going strong, we can stay a bit longer just because we have quite a long lunch break. So I'll, at 1 hour, feel free to leave. But if people are rabid, we can continue for 15 to 20 minutes. And just to give you an idea about how we're going to proceed, first of all, I'll just kind of frame up the discussion and give you a bit of an idea who I am. And then find out a little bit about who you are without going into too much detail because we don't have a lot of time. And then what I want to do is kind of give this, treat this as a sourdough starter for writing that we'll do once we leave here, and possibly even just connection and creating some writing community around this node that I'm wanting to create energy around, that can carry us past this conference. So with that said, I will give you my sort of formal workshop description and bio. And I'm usually don't do this kind of behind the desk thing, so but it's necessary for the live streaming, so apologize for kind of the formality of this, but I just want to say that I'm here because it's something of a mission of mine to foster writing from and about multi-partnered relationships that goes beyond the how-to and self-help into representing the daily lived experience of what's an extremely diverse community. And if we don't tell our stories, the mainstream media will have control over how we're represented. And the danger is that these increasingly more frequent stories about non-monogamous people, it's a lot easier to see with your glasses, I've discovered. These increasingly more frequent stories about non-monogamous people told from a narrow perspective will define a stereotype of us for mass consumption. And I feel this is already happening. So I was a presenter at last PolyCon in 2013. And I have an MFA in creative writing, and I'm an experienced writing instructor. I have a book that's coming out this spring by Dagger Editions, which is the queer imprint of Caitlin Press. And there's a book on Amazon that you can pre-order. It's called What the Mouth Wants, a memoir of love, food, and belonging. I have a couple questions for you. Who in the room considers themselves to be a writer? So we only have a few hands up. How about you guys on live stream? How many writers have we got on live stream? It might take a minute to get a response as everybody madly types from wherever they are in the world. Hopefully as far away as Australia. How many of you came to this workshop because, oh dear, we had 2 people just leave. I hope that wasn't because they thought this was only for writers, because it isn't. What I'm trying to do is foster writing from the community. I don't care if you identify as a writer or you actively write right now. What I want is for us, like as a grassroots kind of initiative, to be getting our voices heard and our daily lives heard. So there's one writer that's joined us on the live stream. That's great. So how many of you are actually identified as polyamorous, or practicing polyamory or exploring polyamory actively? So all of you. And holy cow, I wish you could see the person who's doing our tech on the live stream has some incredible shades on and this like lock of curly hair cascading down. And our wonderful co-director Kiki Christie. We had Gabby Limry. Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, on the tech. And I haven't met you. I'm sorry. Anna, who's also helping with so thanks. Sorry? 2 writers online? Awesome. Thanks. It'd be lovely to know who you are because I'd like to know if I already know you. Because this, for me, like very much a sourdough starter. So, as you know, you don't need very much yeast to get a sourdough started. So, this is a really powerful little group we have. About, just so you know, on the live stream, we have 6 people that have joined us here, and I have a lot of competition in the other room, so I feel really great that you're here. So this comes to me from years ago listening to a TED Talk by Chimamanda Adichie, who is a Nigerian writer. And they did a TED Talk called The Dangers of a Single Story. Has anyone taken that TED Talk in? If you haven't, I highly recommend that you view it. It's very articulately, she describes the danger of there only being one narrative being told and hammered over and over again. And I think that that's what I'm seeing. The other thing I'm seeing is a lot of how-to and self-help, blogs, books, etc. These are invaluable resources. Some of them saved my life. Awesome resources. And I'm going to be eliciting some input from everybody here as to things that they've used. But I really recommend those books. And what I want to do is broaden the discussion, broaden the field of print media that's available, that into fiction, poetry, screen, etc., so that we're starting to replace the monogamy narrative with our own narratives. And this is a huge undertaking because our community is extremely diverse. And as soon as you enter the field of polyamory, you realize that everybody has their own experience, their own opinions, their own models of practice, their own ethics, and there's a lot of communicating that needs to be done so that we understand each other. So I want to start by having us think a little bit about what are some of the key works that have been part of defining and perpetuating the myths of monogamy in your mind. You know, what pops to mind as far as books? I mean, obviously, right away, I think of Anna Karenina, the tale of infidelity and the punishment thereof. I think of Romeo and Juliet, that, you know, till death do you part, one true love. Anybody have things come to mind they feel is out there as like English works of literature that are really perpetuating the monogamy myth? Pretty much anything from, you know, Hollywood, Disney, just, you know, everything. Yeah. 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 So the comment was, you know, anytime there's a portrayal of some kind of conflict between partners on, you know, in a book or on a screen, that these participants are looking to each other and saying, "Oh, Polly would fix this." Yeah. So, you know, you go to the monogamy section of the bookstore and there's like scads and scads of what to do when your partner cheats and all those kinds of things. And I mean, those things are very real for people who are are pursuing monogamy, and it's good. Those are good resources, but it does actually point to the things that it does give you this kind of frame shift when you're coming from a multi-partner perspective of like, well, if you just didn't have this whole thing about cheating, then maybe you wouldn't have this problem. But we have our own issues, of course. So, what have you consumed? And I'm talking about, taken in, um, uh, um, uh, in terms of polyamory that's outside of the how-to genre. What have you read or seen that is outside the how-to or self-help genre in polyamory? Anybody want to contribute? Yes. Hang on, just wait for the mic so people on live stream can hear you. Thank you.
I'm a TV watcher, not so much a book reader, and Sister Wives is something that opened up poly in a way that was able to, you can talk about it in public, at least about what they're doing, right? And then you can hear what other people's opinion is about what they're doing. And then you can see, who's actually open to even having a conversation about poly. I have two grown children that live in our house. Well, they both don't live with our house now, but they were. And my daughter's like, she's okay with poly, and my son, who's married and has two kids, him and his wife are not okay with it. And in the beginning it was like it's not okay for even us to consider it, but now, we're allowed to do whatever we want. But they're not, that's not for them, which is great. They're also vegetarian and we're meat eaters. So, there's all this kind of, acceptance and allowing for different ways of being in the house. That's nice.
Yeah, and that expression we used to use, dating myself, different strokes for different folks. So yeah, I think Sister Wives was an interesting little spearhead as far as representing polygamy, Mormon polygamy, in a non-fictional kind of way. So that was it's sort of a reality TV, and arguably how real that is debatable, but there's still an attempt to be presenting a real life sort of. I would put that in the category of creative nonfiction. Yeah. Archie comics. Okay, interesting. Can you say more about Archie comics?
It's funny because they don't address it in the comics, but it almost seems like everybody except for Jughead is dating everybody. So Archie and what is his name? I haven't read one since I was a kid.
Now I know why I turned out
Reggie,
this way.
thank you. And Betty and Veronica, they all kind of date each other. And I love the metamor relationship between Betty and Veronica because they're friends and they like each other, but they also fight and they have issues over that. It's a very like realistic poly situation. And I think I didn't never noticed it until recently. And I think that's really interesting because it's a very old comic. Yeah.
Archie even has a gay friend now. Someone was adding. Thank you for that. It's sort of a little bit of a springboard into what I'd like to get into a little bit later. So thanks for bringing that up. It had never occurred to me that Archie was actually like a poly comic book. Like we're talking about a comic strip for children here, folks. This is pretty subversive. Good job. All right. And it's been happening since the 70s. Right on. Okay, well, polyamory has been around a long time. It's just, in the last maybe 30 years that we've kind of united under this term polyamory. And as an aside, I just want to, bring this in. I was at a presentation by a researcher named Harlan Pruden in Vancouver, who's researching into two-spirit identity and trying to resurrect and reclaim the place of two-spirit people in the First Nations and Métis and other communities. And what he distinguished was that two-spirit was not an identity label; it was a community organizing tool. And I find that has real, like even just talking about it, my skin tingles. I can feel the veracity of that. I can see that as polyamory, as a term actually emerged as a community organizing tool, and that it's not necessarily an identification. And if we look at it that way, then it allows for a lot broader diversity and it allows for us to nurture our home nations, our home communities. And anyways, so back to the question at hand.
I just got through with listening to Game Changer on Audible, and it was a good autobiography written first person. It wasn't necessarily a how-to, but I got a lot of learnings and could relate to a lot of things that they were saying in the book, a lot of the situations.
So Game Changer. So is that a podcast?
It's a book by Franklin Vo.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, so it's
Franklin Vo's book,
right, his
Game
autobiography.
Changer, is an autobiography. Okay. So so far overwhelmingly we have the not creative nonfiction genre being represented, with the exception of the Archie books and the books that I've mentioned.
I read a novel that I had no idea was going to become kind of a poly story. It was called The Chaperone by Laura Moriarty, and very much a novel about being poly.
Could you repeat the name of that
It's
book?
called The Chaperone, and it's by Laura Moriarty.
The Chaperone by Laura Moriarty. Thank you very much for writing stuff down on the whiteboard at the back of the room, which nobody else can see right now, but it's just awesome. Thank you, because this is awesome resources for folks. Anybody want to add other works, films, etc.?
Yeah, our author online, one of our authors online, Amy, says, one piece of culture that expressed a kind of poly attitude was ElfQuest, which I got to read at the Library of All Things. The characters life-mate and undergo a process called recognition, which can be made to two partners or happen in opposition to how everyone thought it would go. And then she says, not really very poly, but quite complex.
So Elfmate.
ElfQuest.
ElfQuest.
Right.
Sorry,
Oh,
I got
and
mating. I was mating on the
Amy
mind.
continues. Also, Dr. Flox and Denobulan culture on Star Trek.
Yes.
The Hominid Parallax by Robert Sawyer, which displays Neanderthal culture as having both a male and female partner. So
Oh my
Amy's
goodness.
read lots of polyfiction.
Yes, thank you, Amy.
Oh,
Awesome. Thank you for bringing in the sci-fi angle, which I want to touch on later.
Apparently, ElfQuest is a comic.
Okay, so ElfQuest comic, the Denobulans on, is it Deep Space Nine or which Star Trek though? I can't remember. Oh, Enterprise, I think. And the other one was, sorry, Robert Sawyer something? Hominid Parallax. Okay. So this is awesome. Just commentary about the science fiction angle. Stranger in a Strange Land, Robert Heinlein. I think many people have probably heard this referred to as maybe the first time they ever saw a polyamorous and or queer relationship portrayed in a book that they read. And so I know that's been, seminal for a lot of people. Anybody else? So what I love about science fiction is the potential for social allegory and looking and talking about our everyday experiences in a way that is actually sort of allegorical, so that we don't, for example, the Star Trek episode where this is I think it's the final battlefield, or this is our last battlefield, where there were two peoples and one of them was half white and half black, and the other ones were half black and half white, and they were at conflict with each other, and it was quite crudely handled, but if we look at it through our current eyes of racial sensitivity and racial relations, it's a little crude, but it was really trying to attempt to sort of get at the core issues around our race issues in our society. And so science fiction is, does anybody here write science fiction? Okay, we've got one. So because I had intended this as a writing workshop, like for people to actually write, and I'm not sure whether that got communicated properly. Is anybody here actually prepared to do some writing? A couple people. Okay. Okay. Well, what I can do, just taking a look at the time because this is so fascinating. It's very easy to digress. We're already almost at 11:30. Um, so what I wanted to do was just kind of go through a bit of a timeline. I looked at a timeline of my own experience, the books that I felt were really important to me, and I tried to chart them on a timeline relative to the 2011 determination by the BC Supreme Court. Just for those who are not aware, on November 23rd, 2011, the BC Supreme Court ruled that Section 293 of the Criminal Code of Canada does not apply to unformalized polyamorous relationships. That decision was not appealed and effectively makes polyamory legal in Canada, where a person is not married in a ceremony to more than two people. So that is quoted from the Canadian Polyamory Advocacy Association website. And that was a really interesting moment where people in our community, and we need to thank them for this, stepped forward and swore affidavits in front of the Supreme Court to try and differentiate themselves from the polygamy community in Bountiful, BC, that was being brought to court. And that was essential. That was an essential piece in our movement to be recognized and to have our rights, because polygamy is bound up with this sort of patriarchal, religious, inegalitarian, I guess I would put that. And I'm not an expert on it, so I don't want to misrepresent the polygamy community either, but it was very important for us to differentiate ourselves. So I looked at the things that I'd read, and I looked at when they were published, and I just wanted to share that with you. So in 1988, Allison Books releases Macho Sluts by Pat Califia, who was then lesbian identified. That book has been really important to me. I'm only talking about books that I have found really important. 1997, so nearly 10 years later, Greenery Press releases The Ethical Slut, a guide to infinite sexual possibilities by Dawsey Easton and Janet Hardy. That same year, Claes Press releases Pomosexuals, Challenging Assumptions About Gender and Sexuality, edited by Carol Queen. Actually, my timeline is flawed. I've got the wrong document open. Pardon me. Just give me a moment. Sorry, folks. I was working on this in too many different places, physical different places, and I lost track. Okay, so then in 1999, that's when I began practicing polyamory. And that was the year that Routledge released the Lesbian Polyamory Reader, Open Relationships, Non-Monogamy, and Casual Sex by Marcia Munson and Judith Stelbaum. And that's the Lesbian Polyamory Reader. I'm just repeating that because I have heard from my network that lesbians feel very underrepresented in the current polyamory community. And yet, the Lesbian Polyamory Reader, 1999, 2016, where are the lesbians? 2004, the Howarth Press releases Plural Loves, Designs for Bi and Poly Living, edited by Serena Androlini Donofrio. So I'm not sure if any of you are recognizing these titles. They're great books. I really highly recommend them. 2008, Cleus Press releases Opening Up, a guide to creating and sustaining open relationships by Tristan Taormino, People are starting to nod. 2009, Celestial Arts releases the second edition of The Ethical Slut, a practical guide to polyamory, open relationship, and other adventures. It was initially released as a guide to infinite sexual possibilities. I think that's an interesting change of subtitle. Arsenal Pulp, that same year, 2009, re-released Macho Sluts as a little girl's classic, and it's currently out of stock. Pat Califia is now a bisexual trans man. And that book was huge. It was censored. It was on the banned books list. It was depicting, it was BDSM erotica from a lesbian slant. And that was initially published in the years when there was a humongous discussion going on between lesbian feminists, non-lesbian feminists, and pro-porn and anti-porn in both of those camps. And so that was just like a, fuel on that fire. And then 2011, the Supreme Court ruling that we're not illegal, basically. And then 2012, so like notice the increased frequency of publication here. 2012, Polyamory in the 21st Century by Deborah Anapol is released by Roman and Littlefield. 2013, Greenery Press, the Jealousy Workbook, Exercises and Insights for Managing Open Relationships by Kathy Labriola. 2014, Thorntree Press releases More Than Two, a practical guide to ethical polyamory by Rickert and Vaux. 2015, Thorntree Press releases Stories from the Polycule, Real Life in Polyamorous Families, edited by Elizabeth Sheff. 2016, Thorntree Press releases Ask Me About Polyamory, The Best of Kimchi Cuddles by Tivka Wolf, back to our graphic novel / comic strip genre. And then when you look at your, my opinion has been that 2011 ruling really freed up a lot of us to sort of step forward, and that's why I think we owe a lot of thanks to the Canadian Polyamory Advocacy Association and the individuals who swore those affidavits, because what it's basically done is made people, given people that modicum more security to actually step forward, and we really need that. If you look at media representation and coverage, the top hits on Google, if you just Google it, there's articles in Newsweek in 2009. I didn't see any, Google didn't actually give me any hits prior to 2009 for online media coverage. So 2013, we had a Huffington Post article, a Psychology Today, Scientific American, CNN. 2014, The Atlantic, which is, pretty mainstream, literary, bent kind of magazine. 2015, The Guardian. 2016, BBC. We've got TV programs about polyamory and other forms of non-monogamy, like Polyamory, Married and Dating. That's Showtime, and it was the same network that aired The L Word. I want to say a bit about more about that in a second. And then You, Me, and Her, AT&T. Has anybody seen that in yet? I have criticisms about all of these. Big Love, HBO, Sister Wives, TLC. And then just the sheer amount of grassroots writing that's going on in blogs. It's just absolutely amazing, the amount of grassroots writing. And once again, amen, internet, for getting this free flow of expression going. But when Polyamory, Married and Dating came out, was starting to air, I was then living in Calgary, and the poly community there was gathering to watch the show because not everybody had a Showtime. And immediately, everybody was just jumping on it and slamming it, and oh, this doesn't represent me. you know, there was a lot of fuel there behind that anger. And, you know, I felt a lot the same way when I watched The L Word and heard a lot of my lesbian identified friends saying, well, this isn't lesbians. Like, holy cow, who are these people? And then, you know, we later got the real L Word. And my opinion on this is that, you know, something needs to pierce the armor so that the rest of the spear can go in. And the point of that spear is almost always the most sensationalized, the most glamorized version of a community. And it's only after that hole has been opened that we get a more diverse narrative. So we're at a point now where that armor has been punctured. The hole is made, the sensationalized things have been shown, and it's now time for us to charge through the rest of the armor, like carry through with the rest of that spear to get the rest of our stories in there. And you see this trend, you know, I mean, this is only my opinion, folks, but you know, I see a trend in terms of marginalized communities becoming more centralized. It's always the most sensationalized version that's presented to the mainstream public first through the media. And next comes the most banal. And then you start getting the diversity of voices. And that's where you all come in. Because each one of you has a unique path, you have a unique story, you have a unique cultural background, you have a unique perspective because of your gender, because of your race, because of your level of physical ability, your health, your age, etc. It's ridiculously, I'm not going to use that word. It's amazing how diverse this community is. That's one of the things I love about it. And I really want that to be coming through. So later this afternoon, there's a panel on poly in the media, so I won't go on into that too much more. But that's where we are right now, where the rest of the spears got to go in. And I think, you know, we can foster that by one, stepping forward to tell our own stories, and that's where I come in as someone who is an instructor of writing. I want to, you know, foster writing from the grassroots community, not from writers specifically necessarily. And I also have a vision to have some sort of a forum for that, perhaps a website, perhaps an online magazine. We're talking about long-term plans here, but I just want to put that on people's radar that you could be part of, you know, a new kind of, you know, us having our own media to represent ourselves through our own lenses. And there are multiple lenses. But it's easy to slam the people who do actually stick their necks out and write shows, you know, do produce shows like Polyamory, Married and Dating, and The L Word. But, you know, we have to really say, these people are piercing the armor for us. Thank you. It's not the whole story, though. Here's the rest. Rather than getting all polarized about, oh, these lesbians are all rich and they're all skinny and they're all whatever, or, you know, these poly people are all tantric and they're all fucking everywhere and there's tons of nudity and this isn't my life. I haven't had sex with my partner in like a month because we're too busy negotiating, or, you know, whatever. So people were really talking about not being represented by that show, but it's okay. That's my main thing I want to say. It's okay that you're not represented. Now act, you know, add your voice to the narrative. So let me just regroup because I've gone off. So earlier I started by saying, what are the books that we've read and things, you know, the key books that we've read that have sort of established the monogamy narrative in our culture? And that's why I wanted to foster writing amongst you all, because we need to create that canon that reinforces a different narrative. That needs to be created still. It's an incredibly exciting time, lots of opportunity for those who want to create those narratives. And Philid Press? Philidith? yes, Philadelphia Press has done some initiatives there around, publishing stories rather than nonfiction or rather than how to. So we need more. And Zoe is here, so you can speak to her. Yes, I'm getting signaled. Thanks for waiting, everybody.
Getting some great positive comments on the chat. One comment saying that people who want to present their media should present at the next PolyCon. So that was a good comment. The other comment is from me, and just to add another dimension to this, I thought I would throw out what we've done in Victoria, British Columbia, about a year ago around when More Than Two was published, Rickert and Vaux's book, we decided to have a poly book club. And we meet a few times a month, and we have discussed not quite 10 books yet in this year, but we're getting there, and we have a book list of many more. And that's been another way to read both fiction and nonfiction with poly themes and kind of get the word out among the community. And if any of you want to see some of the books that we read, we actually have some out there in the comment area. So thought I would mention that.
Thanks, Kiki. Oops, am I allowed to say your name online? My apologies. Yeah, okay. Good. Whew. Yes, we do have closeting issues in our community. Anyway, so the narrative is, oh, Tennille, hey, I just saw the whiteboard that you're online. Thank you for coming in, Tennille. Anyways, maybe I wasn't supposed to say your name online either. She posted it. Okay. Anyway, theater professional in Victoria here now. So I think would be an awesome person to discuss if you have a play to write, and maybe Tennille might be interested in producing that or finding actors on it. So I think I'm gonna just take a break because I feel like I might have lost my way here. I get being an Italian Canadian first generation, I kind of have this enormous amount of passion that tends to come out, and I do ascribe that to my Italian heritage and the fact that I'm a quarter Sicilian. And I just want to add that my book is the very beginning of the writing that I'm publishing as far as adding to the canon of stories that presents narratives outside monogamy. And one of the things I want to really reinforce too, is that we have a lot of members in our community, or that would be part of our community, that are not part of our community, not participating because they don't feel comfortable, they don't feel heard, they're alienated by many different things, including the language that's being used, the level of intellectualism that tends to be present in discussions, the level of education that represents, the level of privilege that represents. And I'll make some more remarks about that in the panel this afternoon of Poly in the Media. With that said, I want to read you something that was written by a researcher named Kim Tallbear. And this is a poem that she wrote and presented in a talk that she gave at UBC. And it's a talk that's available on YouTube, and I encourage you to go watch it. I was made aware of it by one of the other presenters at the conference here, Mel Mariposa, who's an awesome voice for diversity within our communities and is doing some great work. The talk was called Making Love and Relations Beyond Settler Sexualities. And of course, this is a particular interest to me because I have a partner who is Indigenous, and I also have a partner who's Caribbean. So race things really impact on me very intimately in my life with them, and like great amount of care going into me not perpetuating oppressive systems within our intimate lives. So Tallbear, she gave this talk, and it's just been blowing my mind. I'll share the broader quote probably in the panel, but she talked about prior to colonization, the fundamental social unit of my people was the extended kin group, including plural marriage. Okay, so this is an indigenous perspective on our on non-monogamous practice, and you know, really framing monogamy as a settler concept. And so, you know, in a way, you can kind of see polyamory as part of the decolonization movement. Anyway, here's her poem. At a giveaway, we do them often at powwows. The family honors one of our own by thanking the people who jingle and shimmer in circle. They are with us. We give gifts in both generous show and as acts of faith in sufficiency. One does not future hoard. We yet may lament incomplete colonial conversions, our too little bank savings. The circle, we hope, will sustain. We sustain it. Not so strange then that I decline to hoard love and another's body for myself. I cannot have faith in scarcity. I have tried. It cut me from the circle. So that's Kim Tallbear, and very powerful connection around decolonizing relationships. So that said, since you know things did not pan out exactly the way I had been thinking, I wanted to. I think what I'll do now, instead of doing writing exercises and things, I want to ask you some questions that you can ponder after you leave here. Time check is 11:45. So just some writing tips for you to dive into your own writing, and I really want you to contact me, connect with me if you're interested. I'm thinking of doing an online writing workshop specifically for our community, and I need to know if people are interested before I'm willing to put in the work to design that module. So my email address I'll give out off camera, and you know, people can get in touch with me also through the website if you aren't here. So the key thing that makes writing extremely strong and relatable, the thing that cuts through the individual to the universal, is by appealing to the common denominator of humanity. And what is that thing? It's our physicality, it's our senses. It's the fact that we have certain apparatus to grok the world. Sight, sound, touch, taste, and hearing. And then also I would add sixth sense, which other people may have. Folks who can see auras, feel energetic sensations, etc. And if you focus on this concrete sensory detail in your writing, it will make your writing more impactful. It will make people relate, even if they're very different from you, because physicality we share with everybody, regardless of race, gender, class, etc. So one of the things I would like to do before we close is to have a group brainstorm about ideas of areas of poly life that we could write about in non-self-help kind of ways. And then I would invite you or challenge you, depending on what you resonate with, to write about one of those things and then send it to me and participate. Everyday things are interesting. hands down, the first thing I get when I run a memoir class is, oh, but my life isn't interesting. I can't sign up for that. My life's super boring compared to yours, blah, blah, blah. It's like, are you saying that only things that are different from your life are interesting to you? Is that what you've just told me? Because my life is not that interesting. It's only interesting to you because it's a novelty. Your life is actually a novelty to me. I don't have children. I have no idea what that's like. I'm so fascinated by those narratives of motherhood, parenthood, etc. Particularly the ones that are emerging from transsexual parents. It looks like somebody has something to say, so I'm going to shut up for a sec. There's a mic getting passed, and the mics, they have this big head on them. You know, some of us like big heads.
One online comment from one of our writers says, regarding ideas for polywriting, a day in the life is always an interesting group project because everyone's will be different.
A day in the life, yeah, that's a good brainstorm item. So a day in the life, pick any day in your life and show us that day through your poly lens. And what's really interesting is what's going to start to come up for you when you try to write about your life as a poly person. It's unbelievable the kinds of challenges that we face as writers when we do that. And that's why I want the community to kind of talk about that and work together. Anybody else have any suggestion they want to make about brainstorming what we could write about in our poly lives? You know, Carol Shields, she wrote a passage. Sorry, I'm just gonna squeeze this in before you talk because you know I talk a lot. I'm such a shit disturber, you know. Anyways, I just want to say that Carol Shields wrote this passage. I think it was in the book Unless, and it was about setting the table. And I was galvanized by it. I had never in my life put that kind of resonance, meaning, and depth into the act of setting a table. And she showed me how this very boring, you know, quotidian act of putting plates down could be turned into this thing that had this meaning and had this like glow to it. And I wish I had the passage. I have not been able to locate it. But this is what I'm encouraging you to do, is not to say, when I sit down at the table with my family who happens to be poly, you know, nobody wants to hear about that because it's just dinner, right? Don't do that, because that's exactly, those little things are, when they add up, or what give that narrative that we need to start filling the canon with, or making a canon of. Okay, sorry.
As no, well, I'm not planning on becoming a published writer or necessarily releasing anything, but to those of you who are planning on doing writing, can I make a strong request that maybe somebody do some fan fiction and rewrite some of our classic novels so that those lovers can keep both partners, so that those people that are having consistent love affairs can actually maintain those relationships and create a healthy bond within their group, instead of having that be the main conflict of the story, have it be the thing that brings all the characters together. That's what I would really, really love to see.
That's great. A wonderful, wonderful suggestion to the fanfic community. I know that I have some people in my network that write fanfic and consume it in vast quantities, particularly the Xena and Gabrielle stuff, which, you know, I'll name any names. But you know, this is really a great thing, and one of the things that I wanted to talk about when we had a suggestion of, or a comment about Archie comics. One of the things that I wanted to talk about today was exactly that. You know, taking things and rewriting them through the poly lens. So, you know, take Anna Karenina and put that in a poly lens, you know. And in the queer community, when LGBTQ people were really working on that movement, there was this term queering. So they made queer into a verb and they said, we're going to queer this. So that's, those Xena and Gabrielle fan fictions, queering that story so that Xena and Gabrielle are actually lovers. Queering that story so that the conflict isn't monogamy, select one partner, triangle, da 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 da. Break down those myths. So there could actually be a whole series of books that we queer or polying the canon. And I think that would be really fascinating to take like classic stories that are in the public domain and start rewriting them from a poly lens. Yeah, right. Instead of zombifying, there was a comment from the group that they're turning everything into zombie books now. Like there's the zombie Jane Eyre or whatever. And yeah, instead of zombifying, how about, polying?
So, so one of the things I teach in my classes when I start off is that I try to relate to people's experience. When I'm presenting a new idea, I try to figure out what relates, what resonates with people, and then use that as examples to lead them down a specific path. And in writing, I can see where if you don't buy into something, if you push back and say, this isn't how my life is, you're not going to find any value in that writing. But if you can pick out the grain of truth that if you just look at something a different way in your own life, it may turn out like this, and send you down that poly road so that people can see how there's some universal truths in there that no matter where you're coming from, if you can pick those universal truths up and say, I can relate to that, even if it's not my belief, I can relate to those pieces. That's how you can get people in.
Excellent comment. Thank you so much. And I think that's really crucial, that universality piece. David Sedaris immediately springs to mind. He's a gay writer, writes a lot about gay experiences, and everybody reads him because he's funny and they can relate, and he does it. So really good writing will do that. I hope that that's what my book does. I really tried hard to present my deviance as just part of the narrative rather than it always having to take center stage. And I actually, going through my degree program, had wonderful colleagues, wonderful profs, but what kept happening was if I even mentioned something that was outside the box, suddenly everybody in the critique would be like, oh, tell us more about this. And I was like, well, wait a second, you get to offhand mention your husband. How come I don't get to offhand mention my girlfriend? You know, it doesn't have to become, like, it doesn't have to hijack the narrative. And if you do it delicately, you can do that. I worked with a young writer who's living in Switzerland right now. Maybe you've tuned in. And I won't say the name because I'm not sure whether this is okay. But this was a client I had whose book I edited, and it was a person who had this vastly interesting story and happened to be a trans man. And they came to me saying, I want to write a story about my life, and I want the trans piece to be part of it. So contextualizing the story so that it wasn't about the trans. And we went through the book together. They wound up self-publishing, and you can pick up that book. And it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do. And it's not that easy. There's this huge pressure to like focus on what's so weird about you. But this part of why I wrote the book that I did was to kind of normalize my deviance, to say, people who are outside the box with their relationships or their sexuality aren't like that because they're damaged. They're not like that because they took too much LSD. They aren't like that because they had terrible families, and they aren't like that because they have poor self-esteem. Somebody like me who came from this really wonderful, loving, super traditional Italian family can still wind up to be deviant. And I say deviant as reclaiming that word. I'm deviant. I deviate from the norm in almost every way. I almost thrive on it. And you know, I came from a very normal background with very normal parents. And so those kinds of narratives are important. So yes, yes, you know, tell your story. And any other ideas about what we can write about?
I'm not really one to put out the writing that I've done around polyamory. It's more so of like a journaling thing for myself. But it's funny, there's a lot of things that I'll do. Free writing for sure, just getting it all out. Sitting with it, maybe not looking at it for a few days and re-looking at it, and you'll realize how much of it was just an idea, thought, not true. Maybe you'll see something you didn't see before. And then I just had an idea that I would like to try because I was having a little bit of friction with a partner's partner, was writing the situation through their eyes and then putting it aside and then going back at it again and kind of looking at it not from my view, I guess, from an outsider view, and also acknowledging that, you know, I don't know how they saw it. Just to have that emotional health myself. And yeah, it changes something energetically and emotionally in me for sure.
Well, I'm just going to comment on that, that when you did that, you went outside of journaling and into fiction, right? You started to imagine what another person's perspective was. So you're writing fiction already. And also, yes, to echo that, you know, journaling is an excellent tool of integration, insight gathering, tracking, getting senses of patterns. If you just show up every day and write about what's happening, you kind of start to see those patterns better. And I highly recommend journaling. I've run some workshops on journaling techniques just to help people get going. So it seems so many people are actually very intimidated by journaling, even though nobody's ever going to see it. And I think it's a great place to start as a writer to do that, because first person you have to show the truth to is yourself. And then you're not able to show it to anybody else until you're really good and comfortable with your crap and your joys as well. So I think there was another comment.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, can I just interrupt you? I just want to say that it is currently noon. If anybody needs to leave, feel free. But it looks like we're on a roll, so we're going to keep going a bit.
We actually have a lively little conversation going on among our online group here, talking about various cool ideas that they want to try with fan fiction. And I also have a comment from Maxine saying, I'm loving the points about about identity as an aside to the narrative. This is what I try to do with my webcomic. The story is about a bunny artist person who loves tea and just happens to be poly and bi.
Thanks, Soylent Green, for coming in from the UK. I'm sorry that you couldn't be here with us. I meant to talk about your strip, so thank you so much for bringing that forward. Can you repeat the name of her comic strip?
I will. She just posted it. So this is, you can Google Chaos Bunny, which is all one word, Chaos Bunny, as in CHAOS Bunny, if you'd like to read it. And that's from Maxine.
Chaos Bunny. CHAOS BUNNY, all one word. Thanks. We do have some people that need to leave, so we're just going to pause for a second because it does create some ambient noise that we need to be aware of. Chaos Bunny, yes, we have a big thumbs up from one of the co-directors of the festival on that Chaos Bunny comic. Anybody else have ideas about how we can proceed with writing, doing some writing? Okay. I have some stuff that has been wonderfully recorded on the board. And there's somebody from our stream said, it's so wonderful to have all these like-minded people in Victoria. So that's really, really, really great to get that feedback. And I think we had 9 people online, and that's really great. So we have 10 people online. Awesome. Okay, well, yes, I mean, this is one of the beautiful things about technology is people can pop in and out and, you know, go feed the kids or, you know, have their daily orgasm practice or whatever it is. So anybody have questions for me or any final comments? I'm so excited to be here, and I have to say, I practiced polyamory since 1999. I did most of this without any community, and came into a queer identity with no community, almost no community. And there were those individual people that really, like, literally, I knew one other person who was bi, and I knew one other person who was poly, and they didn't live near me. And so the digital environment was something that really saved my butt because I was able to be part of alt.polyamory and things like that. And I moved to Vancouver about 3 years ago from Alberta, which is a total culture shock. And I've been, on this huge ride of getting kind of part of the world again, part of the larger discourse. And so, it's overwhelming to me, actually, I have to say. It is actually overwhelming to me to come to these conferences because I've been in such a dearth of community for so much of my life that I don't even know how to have one. And I'm learning. And so thank you very much for being part of that learning, part of the sharing. I'm really inspired by what we might be able to do. Um, you can go to my website, Monica Meneghetti, WordPress. If you just Google Monica Meneghetti WordPress, you'll get my website. You can go on Mon Men Facebook page. That's my author Facebook page. My book is called What the Mouth Wants, a memoir of love, food, and belonging. And that will be released in the spring. I'm looking for marketing opportunities and ideas from people. So if you have any, contact me. And what else do I need to say? So just to recap, polying existing stories is one way to go. Another way is just journaling and putting yourself in your partner's shoes. We heard that as well. We heard ways that we can be more universal and address a more universal audience. You're still gonna face challenges around that. One of the things that happened to me when I started trying to publish queer work was I was told, well, this isn't, if I was trying to publish a piece that had queer stuff in it, in a non-queer based magazine, I would get told, well, this isn't applicable to a general audience, by general meaning straight. And it's like, well, how come women have been watching stuff that doesn't have them in it for hundreds of years and still finding value in literature? How come queer people have been reading straight narratives for centuries and still finding value in literature? And so now the challenge goes out to those folks who are not polyamorous or who are not queer to read those literatures and find value in them for themselves. And that's our job, to produce that content. So I hope you'll join me in doing that. Network with me. Again, this is the sourdough starter, and this is just the beginning. And my ears and heart are wide open to hear your feedback and suggestions. So thank you very much for coming today. And thanks to everybody who tuned in on live stream.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming and listening to me today. And I hope that we have a significant amount of time to engage with each other and have some dialogue around what polyamory looks like in Canada and what we can do moving forward as a community and as a joint initiative with academics, community members, and representatives throughout Canada. My name is Ali Wright. I work with the Canadian Research Institute for Law and the Family. I'm a social worker by education and trade. What that means is that while the title of the presentation is Polyamory and the Law, we are going to be focusing more on the social aspects of polyamory and kind of what we found through a survey that we did earlier this summer and what are the implications of that and what are some steps that we can take moving forward as we start to work together. So the law portion is actually from my director, John Paul Boyd, and he is more than happy to connect with people, but he was not able to come this weekend, unfortunately. So I'd like to start the conversation by giving a little bit of background about what we did. First of all, we worked in concert with the CPAA to kind of revitalize a survey that was done a few years ago when CPAA was going through some legislative lobbying and going through some legislative processes. So we had an opportunity to work with them to kind of revitalize that survey. And inadvertently, we had a narrow scope on the language of the survey, and we cast a very wide net when we looked for respondents. What that means is that we essentially made the survey to talk about pod structures. So we structured the survey to find out about households and polyamory in a household and what kind of legal issues those households might face, what kind of social issues those houses might face, etc. We, however, submitted this survey to the entire poly community, ignorant to the fact that there was a wide variety of people that we completely missed in our survey language. So I come to you today with an open heart and acknowledging that I am an outsider, but I am coming to you today to share what we did find and to ask you if you would like to work with us in the future and if you would like to work with us, how we can all work together. Because we do find a lot of promise in the survey results. And I have to say, we had a group of very vocal respondents who really helped us understand what we did, how we could improve, and what some excellent next steps are. And while those people are not necessarily in the room because I've been looking for them today, I think they're at another event. I would just like to thank them sincerely. They gave us a lot of guidance, and I'm hoping that they'll be able to be champions for this project as we move forward. So with that in mind, I'd like to go ahead and step into a bit about what we talked about throughout the survey, what we found, and opportunities for next steps. If you have any questions at any point in time, please just raise your hand and talk to me. I'd really like this to be a dialogue as much as possible. But we'll go ahead and just kind of dig in, if you don't mind. So one thing that we had to consider when we started this survey was, what's the importance? What does this mean? And what we really wanted to show is that marriage is no longer this permanent social establishment between two people. It's no longer an establishment that's limited to opposite sex partners. It's not exclusively for the purposes of child rearing. It's not an economic agreement anymore. Marriage is about a lot more than that, and households are about a lot more than that. And we wanted an opportunity to talk about that. So as I said, we worked with CPAA and some representatives to kind of talk about what this survey would look like. And we drafted it up, and predominantly we found demographic information, and we were able to get some information about perceptions of polyamory in Canada, predominantly from polyamorous respondents. So we'll go ahead and just kind of look at what polyamory looks like in Canada. we're seeing an alternative uh, structure, family structure coming out, and that's been happening for decades and decades. There's variants, there's different names for it. In our survey we were told, consensual non-monogamy was a big term, relationship anarchy, open relationships, polyamorous relationships, polyfidelity. There were a lot of terms that came out, and we were able to kind of flesh out our own understanding of the taxonomy a little bit better. We also realized that there were a lot of common qualities of polyamory. And there are different ways that polyamorous relationships work for you, and you know that better than anybody, but it can look confusing. And it's nobody else's job to explain who you are. And it's not your responsibility, but people are curious. And we want to know. And when we worked on this, we wanted to really show that there's an equality of membership, and there's a lot of challenges that go into maintaining relationships, any relationships. And unfortunately, our society is so focused on dyadic relationships that we kind of miss what those complexities can mean for other groups and for other people, and for people who have relationships that don't look like the typical Leave It to Beaver family. So we wanted to look at kind of what polyamory looked like to the public and what kind of some stereotypes were, and then we wanted to ask about perceptions. So that was kind of how our study came about. So earlier this summer, we wanted to know kind of standard demographics. We wanted to know, perceptions on issues like gender equality in relationships. We wanted to talk about relationship orientation. We wanted to talk about relationship parity. We wanted to talk about legal issues that might be arising, because that's a really important thing to consider, especially when the legislation as it stands is unfriendly. It's unreadable. It varies across province. Sometimes it looks punitive for polyamorous relationships. Sometimes it doesn't look punitive. But when there's so many conflation of terms going on across the nation, it can feel unsafe to be open and honest about who you are and where you stand. So why would you want to get involved in the legislation? And why would you want to be involved with legal issues in the first place? You might want to just get away from that. So we wanted to ask those questions, and we did. Now, once again, we did ask kind of in this, our scope of the survey was built like a pod. So we were predominantly focused on a relationship probably involving 3 people, probably living in the same household, because we were trying to consider the legal ramifications for that. So while our survey was not intended to be exclusive, it absolutely became so. And we had a lot of feedback that said, I don't feel represented in this survey because these questions don't relate to me. I have multiple relationships, and I want to be able to respond to this honestly, and I don't feel like I can. So we heard those comments, and we engaged these people in conversation to get a picture of their lives and their responses and what they felt the community looked like. And what was amazing about those conversations was that they were actually mirroring our survey results. So while the survey was unintentionally exclusive, we actually got, I won't say representative because we don't know. We don't know how many people in Canada identify as polyamorous. So we can't say it's a representative, but I can say that even the folks that felt like their voices went unheard, they reflected a similar lifestyle and a similar family composition as to what was reflected in the survey. So we went ahead and disseminated the survey in June. We did an electronic survey through SurveyMonkey, and we distributed it through social media networks. And that was challenging as well. When we were talking about how to get this out there, we had a lot of conversations with the CPAA, like, where do we go? What do we do? And it came up, look in the BDSM communities. look in the Facebook groups, look in social media groups, tweet it out. And we did, and it was surprising how much traction we got so quickly and so early on, and also how much that traction resulted in people giving us really great feedback. And one thing that I really appreciated as a researcher and a social worker was that everybody seemed so engaged and positively engaged. The critical feedback that we got was so helpful, and we were able to engage with some great individuals who really gave us some insight and allowed us to consider this while the results trickled in. So ultimately, we had 597 responses over a 4-week period, which isn't too shabby, if I do say so myself. Um, of those 597, 547 were complete. So after data cleaning, a few maybe dropped off. They didn't complete the survey, or you could tell that they only answered the first 3 questions. So we kind of had to clean that out. But so the following data is based on about 547 responses. And like I said, we were open for about 4 weeks. We opened it on June 27th and closed it on August 5th. And after we closed it, we had requests to reopen it. But at that point, we had this idea, as researchers do, that, oh, it's fine. We're going to go ahead and close this first survey. We'll build out the follow-up survey in a month or 2. We'll get it out to everybody else, and it'll be fine. Well, we quickly realized, probably within about 6 hours of opening the survey on June 27th, that was not going to work. So when we closed it, we said, okay, we're going to give ourselves some space. We're going to engage with the community. We're going to take the critical feedback that we got, and we're going to work with the community to build out something that's going to have some longevity and some impact. So we kind of took a step back, and we took some time in looking at the data that we collected. And at the time, we did ask in the survey how people identified by gender, predominantly because that's still a typical demographic question that's asked through StatsCan, and we haven't broken that barrier yet. We will. We'll get over that someday, but for now, we're still in it. So of the respondents, we had about 59.5% were female identified, about 30% were male identified, and about 7% identified as genderqueer, transgender male, transgender female, and non-binary, and we had a couple of Two-Spirit respondents, which was great. So you could see so many respondents coming to the survey. Most of the respondents lived in British Columbia and Ontario, not surprisingly, as well as Alberta. So that was the predominant focus. We had a couple of respondents from the UK, actually, which is quite interesting. But most of them were Canada-based. Very few were from the US. I think 1.5% came from the US. As we've kind of talked about earlier today, the age, race, income, and education were not necessarily surprising. We were looking at predominantly 25 to 44 was the age group. I think that represented about 78%. And then we also had 90.2% of respondents identified as Caucasian or West European. And we also had an incredible education attainment level. So the majority of respondents, I think over 60%, had a 80% had a college diploma or higher, and 60% had university degrees or higher. So quite educated, quite white. And the income brackets were quite high as well. They were over the average income in Canada. So while those weren't necessarily surprising, it was really interesting to see these demographics kind of play out, which was also what was told to us by people who contacted us to have conversations. They said, we want to make sure that we're represented, and they were represented in the data that we collected as well. The majority of respondents were not the sole income winner in their households. So when we talked about household income, most of the households had two to three income earners, and most households made over $100,000 a year across Canada. That's a lot. That's a lot of money for household income. So just something to keep in mind. The majority of respondents were identified as atheists, with the second most respondents identifying as agnostic, and the third group identified as other. And in the other category, they were able to identify how they affiliated, and many affiliated as pagan, Wiccan, and I believe the other was Christian in those findings. That was really interesting. So when we asked about religious support, we wanted to talk to people about, if your religious affiliation, if you have a religious affiliation, does your religion support your practicing or participating in the polyamory community? And the majority said yes, which was really great to see. So that was kind of an interesting component. When we talked about participants being a part of currently in a polyamorous relationship, the majority were. The majority used the term polyamorous to describe their relationship, but as we discussed, relationship anarchy, consensual non-monogamy, open relationships came out to play quite a bit. And we also saw a few that identified as polygamous, and a few that identified as having a radical relationship, which is interesting as well. So what this did for us when we were able to go through kind of how people identified, now we have kind of our own taxonomy that we can go by to recognize, how people are identifying, which has been really helpful. So as I mentioned earlier, because we framed the survey in such a way that limited participation, the next little bit of data may not be as representative. So we asked about people's relationship, and we asked how many people were in that relationship. And one of the pieces of feedback we got was, that's incredibly limiting. I have more than one relationship with more than one other person. I have a life with other people, and I want them included. And it was, like I said, completely unintentional, but we were able to still get some interesting information from the folks who were able to complete. But hopefully in our next iteration, we'll be able to actually do relationship mapping, which was something that came up as a request, and it's an exceptionally complicated program to build. I'm seeing some nods, but we're working on it. So if you want to participate with us on that, we can use all the help we can get. It is incredibly challenging, but it's going to be so rich. In fact, some of the participants that contacted us actually sent us their own maps and kind of showed us how their relationships worked. And it was just fascinating to be able to say, okay, this is where we messed up, but this is our opportunity to build out a program that allows people to do this in different ways. So that was a really great opportunity and something neat that we were able to see. So in our study, the majority of people had 3 or more partners. That was what was reported to us. Interestingly, 18.8% had identified more than 5 partners. So I'm thinking perhaps those are some of the folks that couldn't really answer the questions as as openly as they wanted to, just because they weren't set up that way. I don't want to say honestly, that's the wrong word, but they weren't able to represent all of their relationships. So that was an interesting number to see. When we talked about households were split. A lot of the relationships that were reported are in different households, generally 2 to 3 households. Some were spread out over 4 to 6 households, but predominantly we were looking at 2 to 3 households for where the partners live. So we also wanted to talk about legal marriage because that's something else that's kind of coming up. Is in your relationship or any of the partner or any of your partners legally married to each other? And interestingly, it was almost an even split between yes and no. I think about 46% had at least one legally married couple in their partnership. As far as children in the household, we were also curious to see, how many full-time children, how many part-time children, and what does that look like. So the majority of families had at least 1 to 2 children in the household. A few had a bit more, but for the most part, there were children present in the household of the partners. So after the demographic information, we wanted to know some of the perceptions like we talked about earlier. So we talked about, what legal steps have you taken to formalize the rights and responsibilities in your family and in your household, and what does that look like for you? The majority of the folks said that they had built in or had signed or had created emergency authorizations with their partners. The other thing that we saw a lot of was living agreements. 35% of respondents had a living agreement in place or had gone through that process. We also saw that power of attorney for medical purposes came up a lot, which isn't surprising, particularly given freedom of medical information and the limited access that we already have to that. So we saw a bit of those things come out, and we also saw guardianship appointments and school authorizations, of all things, because you have to have permission to pick up the kids in your household, right? So, some things that we take for granted every single day, we were seeing that there had to be legal steps taken to obtain this. And how difficult is that? You can't even live your day to day. You have to have a legal document in place, and that was just dumbfounding. Not surprising, but dumbfounding. So then we wanted to talk about polyamorous relationships and gender equality, partnership equality, and relationship responsibilities. And unsurprisingly, the majority of respondents agreed that everyone in the relationship should be treated equally. Everybody should have an equal say in who comes, who leaves, how the relationships are formed, how they're dissolved. So like I say, unsurprising, but it was great to be able to see that. And I heard this earlier today of just kind of being able to lay that foundation that says we don't cause harm, and we're not oppressive, and we are not a community that hides our women and subjugates our children to abuses or neglect or anything like that. We have the same type of values. And that was really important for us to be able to document for the sake of everyone else. Giving some proof, because that's obviously needed, unfortunately. But we work in that world. And then we started talking about public attitudes towards polyamory, and that was where things got a little bit interesting, because we were asking our respondents to tell us about what they thought about public acceptance. And this is when the numbers drastically declined. The majority of people thought that public acceptance of they agreed that the general acceptance of polyamory had increased, but there was a significant portion who didn't agree with that at all. And of all things, the majority of respondents felt that our anti-polygamy laws here in Canada have prohibited them from living an open and honest lifestyle for fear of prosecution. They also felt that these laws had perpetuated the negative perception of polyamory and consequently prejudice. Um, the majority of people felt that people don't see polyamorous families as a legitimate form of family. The community doesn't feel like they're perceived to be as valued, which was surprising and unfortunate, and something that I personally would love to be able to combat and to improve. We did see that people agree that the number of polyamorous individuals in Canada is increasing. So most respondents agreed with that, or strongly agreed. But we also saw that the anti-polygamy laws, as I mentioned earlier, had prevented families from pursuing polyamorous relationships openly or at all. So some people who identified as polyamorous identified as solo poly because they were kind of afraid to step in and step out and to start having these relationships, which is really unfortunate. And finally, we saw that the majority of people felt that Canada's anti-polygamy law had discouraged them from being openly involved in polyamorous relationships, openly pursuing those relationships, and being open with their family and friends within their own communities for fear of prosecution. So that kind of concludes the demographic and the data that we collected. So for the next 20 minutes or so, I'm hoping that we can have a bit of a dialogue around what we do from here. So yeah, I'll open up the floor for questions. Yes. Sorry, we got to mic you.
I can be loud all by myself.
You and I both.
So I was just going to say on that last question, did you, I'd be interested to know how you worded that question.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't mind, I'll just open my computer back up and I'll read it directly. We asked, to what extent do you agree with the following statements about public attitudes towards polyamory? And under that question, we had a series of 10. We had a series of 10 questions about perceptions. Are you specifically asking about that last?
The last one when you were talking about how many people thought that polygamy laws were influencing them.
Yeah.
And I was just curious about where that would come from because, I mean, in our day-to-day life, we don't really discuss polygamy at all. It's kind of a bad issue, especially in BC because of the stuff that went on in Bountiful and other places. So I'm just, yeah, I was very surprised at that most people would point to polygamy. And I think one of our biggest issues in BC especially has been separating polyamory from polygamy. And so, yeah, I was very surprised when you said your very first statistic, you said that a lot of people identified as polygamous, and I was like, ooh, really?
Not a lot, but we did have some.
Okay.
So that, to clarify, and I'm sorry if I said a lot, no, but some, about 3% of respondents identified as polygamous. And as far as that last question goes, we asked about the anti-polygamy laws because that's the law that comes up a lot with when polyamorous families are trying to formalize legal agreements. They're kind of pointed to the legislation provincially because each province has different legislation around what bigamy means, what polygamy means, and the wording can almost seem like it applies to any family that has multiple partners in the household, whether it's polygamy or not. So really the issue is that there's confusion around what the anti-polygamy laws are for. And there's a fear that those laws can be applied to polyamorous families in Canada. And it's I don't want to say it's an unfounded fear, but those laws are not for polyamorous families.
Yeah.
And there is a very clear difference, but we wanted to understand that perception.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'll wait to let other people go.
Thank you.
Hi. You mentioned in the section on religious beliefs that the top two selections were atheist and agnostic. I'm wondering if you're able to share sort of what proportion those two were versus the rest of the bunch.
I'm happy to. Once again, you'll have to forgive me now because I'm going to dig into my slides. So I'm not that I was very engaging before, but I'm going to be less engaging now. Great. All right. So we had 34% were atheists, 29% were agnostic, and 22% identified as other. Now, it is worthwhile noting that in the other category, some people actually did type in atheist or agnostic. In fact, that was quite common throughout the study, was that people would click other and then they would type in the same options that were already provided. You said it. Which is I'm not going to go there. So, and I think there were a couple of reasons for that. That's not your question, so I'm not going to go into that. But so yeah, those were the breakdowns. And then, but in the other category, we did see a significant, 3 significant pieces came out. None, a lot of folks, they didn't identify as atheist or agnostic, but they identified as no religion, which is absolutely reasonable and expected. And then Wiccan and pagan. Does that answer your? Okay. Yeah.
You mentioned you mentioned that your initial question was focused specifically on what people are calling pod, triad, quad, but a huge majority of polyamorous people are not in a pod like that. I came in polyamory through the neo-pagan community, and a survey we did in the mid-90s there was something like 40% of the people who responded to the survey. It was a survey in a magazine, were some form of polyamorous. But the overwhelming majority of those relationships are couples who have multiple other lovers, or sometimes other couples and all that. There were triads. I know of one group where there were 5 people in the marriage, but it was less common than the standard couple with external things. And it seems like all of those would have been missed by your survey.
Absolutely. And that was one of the largest weaknesses that we found. And like I said at the beginning, that was a completely unintentional miss. And if I can be so bold, I would say that the focus on the triad part wasn't necessarily the error. What the error was the casting of the net and asking for responses and not being very clear. Because we came in with the notion that this was the demographic. We thought, as we built this out, that we were not being exclusionary. And we found out quite quickly, like I mentioned, 6 hours, that, oops, we had an opportunity to be very inclusive, and we unfortunately missed that mark. So what we're hoping to do is work with you as the community and whoever's interested to build a survey that does take into account the entire community. I mean, ideally, we don't want to have any exclusionary criteria in our survey at all. It's not about exclusion. It's about representation. And that's our goal. So that was something that we missed. But I am hoping that we can bridge that gap as we move forward. Does that answer? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, first of all, for doing this work. Very important for people that are not necessarily part of our community to do this work and to be bridges with the institutions that we're trying to work with and that we're trying to live with, or trying really hard to live with and not really succeeding in some cases. So I know it's a steep learning curve for everybody. So really appreciate the work that's being done in terms of trying to really understand and being open and receptive to being, you know, in a way, kind of getting educated more by the community as you're trying to study it. So I appreciate that. There's a two-way dialogue very much. My question is, did you consider and or will you consider adding in your next survey a way to assess how many people who identify as polyamorous are in relationships with people who are not polyamorous? The polyamorous monogamous pairing comes to mind, or someone who's polyamorous but is in a relationship with a radical, or a relationship anarchist, or a whatever, insert. Because that, I think, is a very underrepresented part of our polyamorous community, and would love to have some data on how many people are doing that.
I would love to be able to include that kind of data collection in our next survey. I think that's going to require some community finessing as well. I was just speaking with somebody last night actually who mentioned that language is ever evolving. And it really made me consider how important language is in capturing data. So, yes, I would love to be able to work with you, with the community, with anybody who's interested to build out those questions, because I think that mapping the polyamorous community is pivotal to being able to propel it, um, to propel the community in different ways and to really be able to paint those pictures quite clearly. So, yes, I would love to include those questions. I don't know what that looks like right now. I would love to send you all a 500 question survey and ask you all to do it as a captive audience, but um, I don't know that we'll be able to do that. But hopefully, we can build out a survey that collects that kind of data and maps out the process. Thank you. Yeah.
Are the results of your survey online anywhere to look at?
So yes, they are online. They're on our website, and we are currently working at publishing them in the, I think, Canadian Journal of Family Law. We presented some of the findings at the National Family Law Program back in late July, I believe. So not all of the findings because the timing didn't work out. But we are trying to publish it. With that in mind, I will say we wanted to come first to PolyCon. We wanted to sit with you first before we went and tried to do anything more formal than what we've done. I think it's really important that you have the kind of first look at what's been done, and that we have this conversation first before we move into anything else.
A few years ago, I was working in a website development company, and the young woman whose desk was across from mine. We get to talk, and she was describing her relationships, with her two local lovers and somebody up in Montreal. And I said, "Oh, you're polyamorous." And she said, "Well, what's that?" And I said, "Well, you have open relationships." She said, "Well, I never heard of polyamory. We call ourselves responsible non-monogamists." And it was basically a community of people who went to college together, who developed it basically on their own. I mean, they read books and things like that and were inspired, but they weren't even aware that there was a nationwide, worldwide movement of polyamory. They just thought it was them and their friends, and they were doing it because that's what worked for them. So how would somebody like that even know to respond to a survey? And how many more groups like that are there out there?
That's an excellent question. And I think that speaks to the virility of social media. I think that we would really have to depend on, first of all, on that. Second of all, we would have to open up the language of the survey. And that's something that we learned as well, less so from the critical responses and more so just from reading the way people identified. Now, what was the term? Responsible non-monogamy. That actually didn't come up in ours, but I wouldn't be surprised if it would come up elsewhere. So we would have a responsibility to maybe keyword the survey differently. We would have to make sure that we were getting it out to a wide variety of groups and having very inclusive language. The other part of it is this survey is not exclusive to the community. If the survey gets into the hands of people who are not part of the community, there are questions on the survey that say, are you poly? Do you identify as a relationship anarchist? Do you where's your identity? And if you don't identify as any of that, then you mark that down and you're done with the survey, right? So we have opportunities with language, but being able to get it out to the masses and get it out across Canada and to get it into as many communities as possible, we are going to have to be dependent largely on social media and the willingness of poly communities across Canada to work with us and help us get this out. That's where the magic happens. And that's where the buy-in has to happen. And if we can do that, we have a solid chance at getting a representative sampling of what poly looks like in Canada.
Next question is, when I came to the seminar, I saw family law, and I was thinking it more related to children in polyamorous situations, and that's a real kettle of fish. Are you going to go into that, or is that something that is the next step?
I would say it's a component of the next step, absolutely. John Paul Boyd has done significant work with children and family law throughout his career, and he has done extensive work. And one of his key interests in this area is talking about children in polyamorous relationships and showing what that really looks like. And you're right, it is a kettle of fish, but it's also a very positive kettle of fish, and we would love to be able to explore that more. So I trust that John Paul will be exploring that more on the legal side of the upcoming surveys in the next iterations. Are there any other questions?
But they're my questions. I was just curious, why did you factor apart transsexual femme or transsexual female from female?
Only because that when we had other in our gender question. So let me phrase it. We had a question about gender. And in the question about gender, we asked male identified, female identified, genderqueer, gender fluid, cisgender, transgender male, transgender female. And then another category if somebody identified as something else. So we had a couple of respondents who said male-bodied identify, masculine prefer neutral pronouns, right? And that was where they would use the other category. So we were just reporting on what was submitted to us. And that's a learning as well in how to break out categories. We had a couple of people say, you didn't, with male and female identified, you needed to have a more fleshed out trans option. And we were like, okay, like it's a good critique. How do we accommodate for that? So I know that's not a very good answer right now, but it was the way we collected the data, and it's something we can think about for the next time. Well, that was a conversation that we had actually when we were building out the survey. When we were talking about, where do gender breakdowns happen, and we were thinking, okay, if we're looking at StatsCan data specifically, gender is still an issue. So at this point in time, gender is still a common demographic factor And it's something that we wanted to collect at this stage. We may not collect that at the next stage. I wouldn't be opposed to eliminating it completely. I don't know that it has any relevance anymore, but I think we're starting to get to that point.
Yeah, it was one of those things where, I mean, as a woman, I identify as a woman. It's, I don't see what relevance cisgender or transgender has. That was
Well, and that's a dialogue that we've had with a few people who responded who say gender is very important. That's been kind of a thread of conversation that gender is really important and you need to have the continuum of gender on your survey because if you don't, you're being exclusionary. And that's something that we don't want to do either. So there's not an easy answer, and I don't know that there's an answer where we can appeal to everyone unless we take it out. And even if we take it out, I think that we may have some people who would want to see that question. So I don't know where to stand on it at this point.
Yeah, thanks for your honest response on that. And it is tricky because I know quite a few folks who are very invested in identifying themselves as trans folk. And the other reason that I think that gender may be important is because we still have economic disparity between cisgendered and transgendered. We also have economic disparity between male and female assigned at birth. And so that may factor into gathering data. You know, it's quite a different discussion to get into, you know, gender identity. And I appreciate the difficulty around that. There are people in my life who would be very upset if they could not identify as transgender or transsexual or trans woman or trans man. And then there's others who are like my colleague over here who says woman is woman. So how do you, you know, in that survey that you presented, if you're that person who was assigned a different gender at birth and have had a gender confirming surgery or whatever and is now able to say on legal documentation that you're the gender that you've always been, you can still tick off woman. But if you're someone who wants to be identified as a trans person and that option isn't there, then you can't tick anything off. So yeah, it's a tricky, definitely tricky, and it's great to have lots of conversation with stakeholders.
And we are totally open to that. Please, please give us the feedback because that's where we need to be. We need to be having these open dialogues and we need to be having difficult conversations. It's time that we open up that box and we need to be open and with each other. So I'm getting the time button. So thank you all so much for coming. Thank you.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to everybody who's watching online. Thank you so much for participating in this live stream at PolyCon. My name is Mel Cassidy. I'm also known as Mel Mariposa. That's my pen name. And this presentation is called Together Independently, Building Diverse Polyamorous Community. So why am I giving this presentation? Why me? So I, as an individual, represent an intersection of diversity. I'm white presenting, I'm queer, somewhat gender fluid, and femme. I'm a settler in this country. I was not born in Canada, and I come from a multiracial background. I'm the descendant of refugees. I hold huge passion for creating spaces for those whose voices would otherwise be oppressed. And so building community, building diverse communities has been a huge passion of mine. I'm also solo polyamorous. And at the beginning of my journey into polyamory, I found that there wasn't a lot of space for individuals such as myself who weren't in a primary relationship, who had no desire for a primary relationship. And that became a big part of my driving force in starting my blog, which some of you may have read, Polysinglish. And it also was part of my impetus for starting a group that I'm going to refer to later in this talk. So as a person passionate about helping to build communities, I'm involved with several communities. I'm one of the moderators for the Solo Polyamory group on Facebook. There are two groups, but this is the larger one now with 5,500 members as of last week, and we're growing exponentially, it seems. And I also co-produce music events in Vancouver and around BC, and I also help facilitate workshops and so forth. So that's where I'm coming from. We're going to talk about a few key things first of all. So building diverse polyamorous communities. What is it that happens when we don't have diversity? And this is something that I think happens too easily. It's very simple to form a community of people who are just like you. Like I'm looking around at all the faces in this room and I see a room that is predominantly Caucasian. I see a certain age bracket very strongly represented, and I'm assuming, just guessing from the people I know in the room, we've got a mix of people in different kinds of orientations and genders. But when we don't have diversity, not only do we cease to reflect the global community of which we are part of, we also kind of take on an accidental elitism. We become very exclusive, and people don't want to join a community that's not going to make space for them. In so doing, we lose a huge amount of richness and life wisdom and life experience that we could stand to learn from. So I believe that we need to redefine the ways that we think about community, and specifically poly community. So I want to introduce two concepts, first of all. Evo, if you could, next slide. Thank you. One of my partners is helping me with the slides. It's wonderful. So boundaries. I love this quote. The irony of this is that Robert Augustus Masters, amazing, amazing human being, is quite anti-polyamory, but I use his quotes all the time. So he says, boundaries both contain and preserve the integrity of what they are safeguarding, be that physical, psychological, emotional, social, or spiritual. Without boundaries, there is no relationship, and therefore no development, no evolution. Earlier this afternoon, I was listening into a panel discussion talking about how we create safer spaces in our communities. And this topic of boundaries came up, and I think this is a very important one, and we're going to come back to this in a little while. The next concept I want to introduce, actually, can you hold on? Thanks. Next concept I want to introduce is the idea of stewardship. So we tend to think in hierarchical terms, in terms of community leadership, because that's the default in our world. And that kind of top-down hierarchy is implicit with patriarchy, with kyriarchy, with systems of control and power. And it's very, very easy for those systems to become abused. So what's the alternative? Now we can go into this slide. The alternative is community stewardship. So rather than being a leader and saying to people, this is what we have to do, what if you were more of a community steward? Another terminology you could look at for this is servant leadership. So I'm not here as a leader in my community to tell my community what to do. I'm here as someone who's going to listen to the needs of my community, ask people what is it that's alive and true for them, and seek to serve that and seek to help them meet those needs. So the concept of stewardship is an ethic that embodies the responsible planning and management of resources. It's also an action arising from the belief that every individual holds some level of responsibility for the world that they live in, and as such has a duty to take care of it. So, poly community in the 20th century. How did this happen? There's a few different origins of polyamory in the 20th century, and I was talking recently with an author in LA, Greg Olson, who is compiling a history of polyamory. And we were talking about the Carista Commune, which started in the 50s and really found its footing in the 70s through the 80s. And that was one of the, the first prime sort of, maybe not the first, but definitely one of the more high-profile examples of poly community in the 20th century. We've also seen another thread of polyamory emerge through the BDSM community and through the queer community, where poly has become its own niche in there. In that regards, we see people coming together in community because they have practices that they know are obscure or forbidden in mainstream society. And so they come together originally in secret, seeking to carve out space for themselves. Right now, where we stand in 2016, even with everything that is happening in the USA today, I do believe that we are at a tipping point in polyamory. In October, Elle magazine, which is one of the magazines that helps to set the predominant cultural narrative, had not just one, but 2 articles on polyamory. And I think that is significant. There is so much more awareness about polyamory than there ever was before, and as such, we're seeing this reflected, where we no longer have people falling into one of 2 camps with polyamory. Either you're kinky or you're part of this like hippie spiritual poly. But there's actually many facets. So the slide that we have up here is, I've been trying to play with how do I break this down. So there is the swinger community where people are not just swinging or casual sex, but there's a strong sense of community and relationship within that as well. There are people who are embracing non-monogamy as a more monogamish perspective. People who have open network relationships, people who are polyfidelitous, people who are what I would call polynormative, the idea of 2 + 1 or more. And then you also have different ways people are organizing their relationships. People organize their relationships into hierarchies, or an egalitarian setup, or anarchy. And there's many other facets that can be combined in there. I think that poly community and even poly relationships is not just as simple as saying you got to stick with your own kind. There's a lot of compatibility between these 2 kinds, and as Reid Mihalko would say when he talks about dating your own species, it's not just about dating your own species. You've also got to figure out who the compatible species are. I think when we're looking at poly community, we need to consider the reasons people are poly. And that's what I have here on the side of the slide is we have different influencing philosophies. So if your prime driver for being polyamorous is that you want to be counterculture, you don't believe in the dynamics of ownership and capitalism that are implicit with monogamous relationships, that's going to put you in a particular kind of mindset and grouping, and that might be drastically different from people who are pursuing polyamory because they just want to have more lovers in their life, they want to have more sex, and that's become their predominant motivation. Not to say that those reasons are mutually exclusive. Next slide. So community is about finding our common unity, and community starts in relationship. In any relationship, we're looking for the space of mutual overlap, and that overlap represents our overlapping needs, desires, and wants, our goals, our aspirations. And it's easy to find that somewhat between 2 people, right? And we've all had an experience of that. When we get into polyamory, though, it gets exponentially more complicated. as we seek to find the spaces of overlap between multiple people. So finding community in polyamory is a lot about finding those universal spaces of overlap. And similar to what Monica was saying in her writing workshop earlier today, we need to find what is universally true. What are the things that we can all relate to? I think that most poly communities to date have come about from the perspective of we are all doing something that's very counterculture, that there isn't space for in our everyday lives. And so we're going to stick together in order to carve out space for that. But now we're seeing people coming in from multiple different areas. In Vancouver, in my coaching business, and I talk to people and I ask them, like, okay, so how did you find out about polyamory? I've had so many different answers. There are people who come to polyamory because they're part of the Burning Man community, or they went to a sex club and heard about it from there, or they're into BDSM, or they play ultimate frisbee. Apparently, it's a big thing, an ultimate frisbee. Who knew? So there's many different communities that are starting to emerge, and it's entirely possible to not even realize that the people around you are polyamorous because they're just hanging out in a different subset of that grander polyamorous community. I have a bit of a giggle. I used to live on the Sunshine Coast of BC, and I haven't lived there now for 4.5 years, but since I left there, I've found out that a lot of my friends there are polyamorous. Not a lot, a few, a significant number. And they're not out to one another. And they're all exploring the same questions. And I'm like, you should go talk to your friends about this. So next slide. So a few different examples of communities. So the solo polyamory group. When we started this, it started as me tweeting Aggie, who's the writer of solopoly.net. And I said to her, you know what? It seems like it can't just be the two of us who think this way. What if we start a group on Facebook and we see who else joins? And so we did. And we started off with 3 moderators, and we quickly grew. And we knew at the outset that we wanted to espouse certain values with our group. We wanted it to be as safe a space as possible, and so we created parameters around what would be okay and not okay to post in the group. And then we ended up running into, as inevitably happens, and as you may know if you've ever tried to moderate an online group, all the internet trolls. And along with that, all the people who were lonely and didn't know how to interact with other people online. People living in the middle of nowhere with no poly community around them. Not only did they aspire to be solo polyamorous, they were totally solo. And there was a level of awkwardness and social awkwardness in their interactions. And then sometimes we'd run into the people we'd have, couples coming in and doing what we call unicorn hunting and trying to pick up. And we're like, this group is not about picking up. This is about us finding space to articulate our experiences and find our commonality in that. We did have an experience very early on, however, where one of our moderators had a fundamental difference of opinion from the other moderators, and we couldn't resolve it. And we ended up, that one moderator went rogue, kicked out all the other moderators and admins, and took over the group by themselves. And at that point, the group was 3,000 members. So we said, okay, we'll start again. And so we started again from scratch. And as we started again, we added in an additional document to our group, which was the moderator's rules and guidelines for accountability, which was a set of guidelines of how we, as a group of now 6 moderators, were going to hold one another accountable. What would we do if we were triggered by a post? How were we going to be responsible to one another as a small group of 6 if the metamor we're having an argument with is posting in the group? How are we going to behave if we've gone off the rails and our fellow moderators need to call us on it? And we have had to use those guidelines a few times to keep check on ourselves. But the fact that we have them and we publish them in the group allows everyone in the group to know where the levels of accountability are at. And so with 6 moderators, there's a diversity of opinion, there's a diversity of representation between global locations and orientations and gender. And it's helped to cultivate the group to be one of the most diverse poly discussion groups that I've known of in social media. And the fact that we can have civil discussions with 5,500 members, I think speaks volumes. And we very rarely have any major issues come up because of the way that we moderate. I'll also add that every single one of those 5,500 members has been welcomed with an individual message from the moderators. It's a copy-paste message, but it gives them the guidelines and the expectations of this is what's okay, this is what's not okay, this is what this space is about. Next slide. So another example of a group. So I co-produced an electronic music event called Erotica Electronica. And you're thinking, why is she suddenly talking about this? So this event started as a kink event to happen here in Victoria, and it's now, I co-produced the event in Vancouver. And as anybody who's had experience in the kink community knows, just finding a space where you can explore your kink is incredibly potent and powerful, and there's a sense of community that evolves with that. But the nature of electronic music dance nights is that it tends to be you meet these people in this dark room and you're wearing hardly any clothes and you have a great time and maybe you hang out with a couple of them afterwards, but that's it. Something very interesting has been happening with our group. So the founder of EE, Maya Hardman, also known as Applecat, her partner, Ian McKenzie, who's a filmmaker, visited a intentional community in Portugal called Tamara. And from there, he learnt a communication practice called Forum, which he brought back. And what's fascinating is that because of the different social groups that we have, this village forum practice has started to blend in with the community that Erotica Electronica has now become the foundation for. And so you have 20-somethings who would party with each other wearing hardly any clothes and getting very sexy 2 weeks later, or sometimes even the day afterwards, meeting together in a group, in a community, and talking about what's going on in their life, expressing their vulnerable truths, connecting and sharing and asking, how can we help one another? What can we do to support one another? And everyone is engaging in a level of community stewardship. At our last event in Vancouver, we had over 50 people supporting us as volunteers and helpers. And that's not just people just being content for that. That's people just saying, yep, I'm going to step up and help. Because we're forging a community that's not just about the event. The event has become a focal point of celebrating what this community does in between. And this is a community where we very consciously say, we are making space for people who are trans. We are making space for people who are queer. We are making space for people who don't know where they can fit in. And we do this event for every woman who's ever been groped in a club, every guy who's ever been unsure if he can go out wearing a skirt, everyone who has struggled to find a place. And because we're not limiting it to the actual night of the event, we're continuing to build connections. And that community is built on the strength of the individual relationships within it. It's like a big network. If you're familiar with the ideas of Buckminster Fuller, he talks about the concept of tensegrity. So tensegrity is the idea of a structure like a geodesic dome where every component equally rests weight on each other component. And the community that we're finding is emerging with Erotica Electronica combining with the practice of Village Forum is a community of tensegrity where we are all integrated. The phrase that comes to mind is communitarian. We're not just individuals. We're not just following along with what somebody at the top says. We're communitarian. We're all holding one another in that space. And it's really beautiful and it's very, very humbling to be able to be part of that. So, how do you apply this to your own world? Next slide, please. Next. There we go. So I want to introduce you to 3 questions that I bring up with a lot of my clients. 3 questions for foundations of polyamorous success. Number 1 is, why do you want an open relationship? One relationship is hard enough. Why do you want more of them? The second question is, what kind of open relationship do you want? There are so many different kinds of open relationships out there. What's right for you? And the third question is, where do you see this going in the long term? And I'm putting these questions out to you because community starts with the individual. You need to be clear on your answers to these before you can fully participate in a community. I mean, you can still be part of a community even if you're still figuring these out, but the clearer these questions are for you, the more fully you're going to be able to participate in your community, because these are going to inform what your yeses are and what your nos are in participating. Next slide. So, translating that over to creating community boundaries and values. Why does your community exist? Some communities form very naturally out of an extended polycule. Some communities are forged by intent of geographical location or common poly style. What kind of community are you? Do you exist to host social events, sex parties, workshops, discussions, information? Why do you exist? What kind of community are you? And the third question, where is your community going? What is it growing towards? Just like any relationship, if there is stagnancy, if there is not movement, if there is no progression forward, you're going to lose momentum. You're going to bottom out. You're going to feel drained. So in the Solo Polyamory group, we are currently organizing our own conference. We had International Solo Polyamory Day last year for the first time on September 24th, which was the anniversary of our group's rebirth. And that was a great, wonderful way. People just spent the day celebrating. So that was one goal that we had. And now we have this goal of the Solo Polyamory Conference, which is going to be held here in BC, in Vancouver, the last weekend of April. So we're working towards specific goals. And then you got to figure out your boundaries for your community. What is a yes for your community? What do you encourage? What are you enthusiastically welcoming into your community? What is a no for you, your community? What are you going to say no to? What are you not going to tolerate? What are your decision-making values? So as moderators on the Solo Poly group, we'll sometimes have people post things and we're like, you know, this really doesn't feel like it has any solo polyamory relevance. And that's one of the rules of our group. Any post has to be relevant to both soloness and polyamory. And it's like, well, can you tease out some relevance to this? And sometimes we'll approve a post if we can tease out the relevance. And as a moderator, we'll go in right afterwards and comment and say, yeah, this is relevant because this and this and this. It just means that the original poster maybe didn't spell out the connections as directly as we would have liked them to do so. But we have certain values by which we make those decisions and we make those calls. What do we do if someone's not accepting our moderating? If we're having to step into a discussion with our admin hats on with the same person again and again and again, how many strikes do we give them? We had to get very, very clear about what those values were. And then, how will those in leadership or stewardship roles be held accountable? And I think that's one of the most important things. And I'm going to talk about this again in a moment, but there is a tendency in us, because we've been raised with this idea of hierarchical structures, that we will put people in positions of leadership on a pedestal. And we expect them to behave perfectly and impeccably. And that's not true, because guess what? They're human as well. And it's unfair to hold them to godlike standards. However, they do have a level of responsibility as community stewards. So knowing that the people who are stewarding your community will at some point make mistakes, will mess up because they are human, how will you hold them accountable? Next slide. Two very, very important points that are close to my heart. Cultivating diversity. This is very, very important to me. You need to recognize and consciously amplify the voices of those who are less privileged. So if someone is LGBTQI, if someone is a person of color, if someone is I think this is the right term, please forgive me if it's not, but neurologically atypical. So if someone has autism spectrum or Asperger's, these people are less privileged. They may not have as much of a voice in the default world. But in your community, if you are consciously creating this, you have the ability to push the envelope out and create space for these people. At our last Erotica Electronica, we had 3 people who are trans helping us with the setup. And I was astonished. It didn't even dawn on me until I was looking around the room, taking a breather, and I realized, wow, this is huge. This is huge, that this event that's open to everybody, we have so many people who are trans, so many people who are queer, and now more and more people who are of color stepping into roles where we are welcoming them in and saying, this is your community too. A really easy way that you can do this if you have a group that you facilitate is if there's a room of people with hands up in the air, look for the person who maybe doesn't get the chance to speak as much. Call on the women to speak before you call on the men. It's a very, very simple thing to do, but it makes the world of difference. And believe me, I could go on for hours about ways that we can do this. The second piece is to have compassion and patience with newcomers who are learning and offer them resources to support them. So we ran into this in the solo polyamory group because we said that we want to found ourselves on principles of feminism and intersectionality. And we had people joining from all over the world with all different levels of social education around these kinds of things. And we had a lot of people joining who just didn't understand what these words meant. And after a while, we're like, okay, all these conversations are getting exhausting. It just feels like we're walking around in circles. So we created a file in our group that had a whole bunch of learning resources. And then we also created a document with some key links about solo polyamory. So whenever somebody joins the group, they can access those. We have links to some of them in our welcome message. People can read the article in Psychology Today that is a fantastic summary of solo polyamory, and then they go, oh, okay, I get it. So creating those learning resources. In the panel discussion earlier, an example was given of someone who was newer to a community and just very socially awkward. And I think this is one of the most common problems that we come across. People don't know how to interact. And especially when it comes to a subject as charged as polyamory and having multiple partners, that's very exciting. And when someone's new, they can feel like a kid in a candy store and they just want to have it all. And they maybe don't know what to do with themselves. So have patience with them. Pull them aside, talk to them, give them very gentle feedback if their behavior has been a little, not pushing people's tolerance levels. Of course, if you need to give them firmer feedback, do give that, but do have patience with them because everyone's got to learn somewhere. Next slide. So, the shadow side of the poly community. So I talked a little bit before about this perfect poly person pedestal. I have a fetish for alliteration, by the way. So the perfect poly person, I've written about this before, this idea of perfectionism. And I think as individuals, we can all fall into that trap of like, I'm not supposed to feel jealous because that means I'm not perfectly poly. And in communities, we need to remember that as well, both of ourselves and of people who are in leadership and stewardship roles. Try not to put them on a pedestal. Remember that they are also human beings. The second side, I've seen this come up a few times, the idea of people taking on the role of being the poly police. And I think this ties in actually, now I'm looking at it with my last bullet point, this holier than thou attitude. Anyone ever come across that? Just a few times? Yeah. And there's diversity in the poly community. Some people have hierarchy, and that is totally okay. There are people who have hierarchy in their relationships, and it's not abusive. There are people who are egalitarian relationships, and they're abusive. My key thing is just don't be a jerk. But when people get into that holier than thou space and decide that they have the right to say what is polyamory and what is not polyamory, or when they decide that they're going to take on the role of a legal system and police their community, that verges on abusive behavior. And we all need to be aware of that. Dr. Elizabeth Sheff, who writes great articles on polyamory for Psychology Today, she wrote a really good article recently about abuse in polyamory. And she said that one of the areas that she's seen this come up more commonly is in what she termed groupthink gaslighting. So if you're not familiar with the term gaslighting, gaslighting represents a phenomenon where you convince someone that their experience of reality is not reality. And it's really hard. And I think that there are many times we might accidentally gaslight someone because we're just trying to defend ourselves. But when a community together, when a group of people decide that they're going to gaslight an individual, that's really, really difficult. It can be very hard for that person to feel like they have any right to exist in their community after that. And as someone who's gone through that myself, I will say you don't ever want to do that to someone. It's very, very painful space to find someone in. So again, the shadow side of poly community, conflict avoidance. It's so much easier to avoid conflict, it would seem, than to actually confront it. And the panel that happened earlier this afternoon was talking a little bit about this. But when we avoid conflict rather than dealing with it, all it does is it festers. One of my coaches, Marcia Baczynski, she talks about tolerations. And if you think about your boundaries, if you think of your skin as a boundary, my skin is permeable, right? Boundaries are permeable. They let some things in and keep some things out. So my skin will let sunlight in, it will let moisture in. It also keeps all my blood and vessels together, but it keeps out, gunk and rain and things I don't want coming into my body, or dirt. If I push my skin, it bounces back. But if I push my skin and I keep pushing and I keep pushing and I keep pushing, what's going to happen eventually? It's going to bruise. It's going to hurt. And that's what happens when we don't deal with the little conflicts. When we tolerate those little things, they start to nag at us and nag at us and nag at us. And things that get left unaddressed can create trauma. They can create an explosive situation down the road. And so we do need to address them. How do we do that? Evo, can I have the next slide? So I like to call this a dance. A really great book that I recommend you look up, and I apologize because I don't have the author reference with me, is the Conflict Resolution Toolkit. This is actually used by the Justice Society of BC, I believe, when they're teaching conflict. It goes through 8 different typical models of conflict. So if you are someone in a position of stewardship and leadership in your community, I recommend getting a hold of this book. Because it takes you through all different models and how to address them, how to diffuse the levels of conflict. It's really important to listen to all sides. Give space for everyone's story before coming to a conclusion. Resist the urge to be judge and jury, and this is really hard if you have a level of personal investment in the situation, so it's good to know where you might have a conflict of interest and ask someone else to step in. Ask each side what they need to be able to heal and what they are willing to engage with. It's not a one-sided conversation. It's both sides. Because any kind of conflict, it takes 2 to tango, at least 2 to tango. And so everyone holds some level of responsibility in it. Bring community to support mediation. So there's a wonderful woman in Vancouver called Evelyn who runs a system, I would say, called Circle of the Peace. And in this format, a community can come together. Even if two people are the ones who are in conflict, they can invite others to come and witness the process of conflict resolution. And it's a beautiful way to take it outside of just this binary duality, which we're so used to in the monogamy land, and actually include more people in our process of conflict resolution. We become accountable then not just to ourselves and to the person we've been in conflict with, but to our peers, to our lovers, to our partners, to our extended kin. In accusation situations, without dialogue with the accused or an open door to possible healing, the community become oppressors of the accused. So if I come to you and I say, hey, I heard some stuff about you, I can't tell you who they came from, I can't even tell you the details, I just know that you did something and people are in conflict around it. I just gaslit you. And it's not helpful at all. And it leaves you second guessing yourself. It can have a deep psychological impact on you. And then you feel you can't participate in community. And that's not being inclusive, right? So, come in, next slide. Happier note, some communication tools. So some one-on-one communication tools, because again, the foundation of community relies on these individual relationships. So these come from nonviolent communication. I learned some of these from an amazing teacher called Kelly Bryson. This exercise I love. It's called I See, I Assume, I Wonder. So I see that my partner Evo is wearing socks with stars on them. And I assume that he's going to go to a party later tonight. And I wonder if he forgot to mention this to me. So this exercise is a way of highlighting the things that we observe and the gaps that we fill in those levels of assumption. This is great to do even in your relationships with your partners. But vocalizing it and bringing it out into the open can really help. What if it's a more serious thing, like, I hear your voice getting tight and louder when you talk about this situation. I am assuming this is that you're feeling really hurt, and I'm wondering if that's true and if there's anything I can do to help you. All right. Another exercise, it's called What's True Between Us. Just have an open conversation. What's true between us? I just met you today, and I feel that there's some common things that we have, and we had a great conversation about the CPAA and where it's going, and I'd love to know more. Or maybe what's true between us is I noticed that you lingered looking at me earlier, and I'm curious what that was about. Third tool is what I call the check-in exercise. These are 3 very simple questions that you can use with partners or with anyone in your community. It's great to use with metamors as well. 3 questions. First one is, how are you in your relationship to yourself? Second one, how are you in relationship to your wider world? And the third question is, how do you feel in relationship with me? 3 very simple but very profound questions. Group communication tools. So I mentioned earlier this practice of village forum, which came out of Tamara, and it's practiced by many different groups, sometimes by different names. This is it sounds like the Karista commune did a similar practice. They called it Gestaltorama. So I've heard it described as a homeopathic dose of healing. It's the idea that it brings a community together to be able to communicate with itself. So all those things that you tell yourself, it's not important, I don't want to take up everyone's time, I'm just going to be silent about it. This is the space where you get to speak that. And the community holds a space of active listening. And you get to speak it, and the facilitators help to draw out anything that seems like it's being hidden and buried. And you get to let it out into the open and make it larger than life if it needs to be. And then, this is the beautiful part, the people who have held space to witness this, they step up and they offer you a mirror. And that mirror might be abstract, Or it could be third person, like I saw Evo stand up and talk about the conflict that he's feeling in this certain part of his life, and I really heard his passion about this and that. Or it could be a universal mirror. I heard in this performance the theme that we all deal with of struggling to, we all wanted more love from our parents, or whatever that theme is. And it really brings about a deep sense of empathy within a community. You start to see how connected you all are, and you start to find that space of common unity. And making a regular practice of it, it allows you to again and again reconnect and ground into what is that space of common unity between us. What is true not just between you and me, but what is true between all of us. I think a very, very important piece to remember in community is to feed it with gratitude. A community that is fed by gratitude and recognition of all its parts is a community that is nourished to grow. So that's all I have in my presentation. If you want to reach out to me, you can reach me at melina@radicalrelationshipcoaching.ca. I've got the links up there, but I think we do have some questions in the group, and we've got about 10 minutes. Okay. So there might be some questions coming on from online, but if questions here, yes, Robin. What? The last quote? Yes. So a community that is fed by gratitude and recognition of all its parts is a community that is able to grow. Do you want me to read it again? So a community that is fed by gratitude and recognition of all its parts is a community that is able to grow. Okay, I see Juniper has her hand up. And okay, let's start with the online ones. Yeah, Kiki.
Okay, I have an online question, and it's a little long, so bear with me because I
Okay.
have to scroll down and read it. This is from Amy, who says, "What I understand of the description of the personal community is that we ourselves are a micro-community and have a huge degree of power within our own interactions in what we accept. Is this a reasonable understanding? And then are there further implications for the idea of our own micro-community and how we interact with other communities that might be similar to us but are not us?"
So if I understand the question correctly, you're asking about that level of personal self-responsibility. And I think, yes, like this idea that community starts with you. You have a level of personal responsibility. You have to get clear on your own boundaries and your own ability to interact with others before you can actually get into interacting with others. So yes, I hope that's enough of an answer. If not, you can email me. Juniper had her hand up.
Just wondering what I think it's pronounced egalitarian or
Egalitarian.
egalitarian, what that means, and then you might as well want to explain what hierarchy and I think anarchy means as well.
So in the dialogue around polyamory, up until recently, we've had this duality of this hierarchy and non-hierarchy. But with the growing awareness of relationship anarchy, we're actually seeing that there's 3 different paradigms. There's hierarchy, and then within the non-hierarchical, we go into egalitarian and into anarchy. So an extreme example of egalitarian relationships would be the Charista commune. They had rigid sleeping schedules. So you would not sleep with the same partner 2 nights in a row. You would rotate through everyone so that you weren't developing any kind of overt attachment to one person over another, which could create an accidental kind of hierarchy or emotional prioritization. That's an extreme example of it. But there are definitely people who will aspire to structure their poly relationships in a similar way, so endeavoring to spend equal times with their different partners. I think that works great for some people. I found that it personally didn't work so well for me, and I had a hard time dating people who that was their predominant structure. And anarchy is more of a, rather than saying this is We're not going to prescribe any structure onto our relationships. We're going to have an ongoing conversation about what's true in the moment. And if anyone wants to learn more about what relationship anarchy looks like, I recommend that you go onto I think it's relationshipanarchy.com, but if you actually look up relationship anarchy on YouTube, you'll find Kale's videos, and her videos do an amazing job of explaining, and she links from there into her website, which has become this fantastic online resource for everything that's ever been written about relationship anarchy. Any more questions?
I'm interested in the difference between leadership and stewardship, especially with respect to if you're in a group with a lot of people that are naturally introverted and don't like to speak up, how to sort of, by being, if a person is an extrovert in that situation, they can often turn into the leadership role, whereas how to ensure that everyone's voice is heard and when they're not naturally giving it.
That's a common one that comes up. Thank you for asking that. So first of all, you're doing one of the most important things. You're recognizing when someone is an extrovert and monitoring that. So then how does the extrovert create space for the people who are introverted? There's many different ways. One way that I played with is just leaving the space to be silent and saying, this space is going to be silent until someone talks, and that person is not going to be me. This is a space for you. If you notice that someone doesn't participate, seems to be very like in their shell or closed off in a group, you can go up to them in person and like say, hey, like I noticed that you're here. Are you comfortable just listening? Are you shy to participate? Is there any way that I can help you? And that's the role of a community steward, is to say, how can I help you to participate? What are your needs? How can I help you get there? How can I help you get them met? And to support them in whatever they need. Maybe they just need you to like encourage them. Maybe they need to find the words, or maybe they think that they're going to be ridiculed and they need that reassurance that they're not. Yeah. Any others? I think we're down to 5 minutes. Okay, if there are no more questions online. Okay, so I think we had something like 17 people watching online, so thank you so much to all of you online. I'm very, very honored that you joined us from wherever in the world you joined us from. And thank you so much to everyone in this room. I hope, it's my deepest, deepest hope that as this poly community at large that continues to grow, that continues to push that envelope and create space. You know, we who are privileged enough to be able to be out as poly, we get to create space for everyone else to be able to be open and honest about their polyamory in the world. And so we're tasked with that as our level of stewardship. And it's my hope that this helps to give you the tools to feel more confident to move forward in that. And thank you so much for being part of this conversation.